Hey, hello everyone. So let's welcome to you. Let's begin with the. I'm very excited to teach you guys. Let's begin with this the first chapter. So by ending this chapter, you guys will going to learn about the data integrity tool. So let's see that. Now this is the first chapter, how we can configure custom validation. So in this module, the first chapter, we are going to learn about data integrity tools, which includes custom validations. So we are going to cover the we you can use the custom validations in the entirely Workday's ecospace. It may be relevant to the HCM module, some other modules as well. So we are going to learn about how we can configure the custom validations relevant to the common financial modules, common financial data. We typically call it record to report. And then work tag usage, how we can use a work tag. Also, this is a new term for you, work tag. It might be new term, so I'll explain when we go deeper. And then related work tag, how we can configure that. The agenda would be data integrity tools. So under the data integrity tools, and second would be custom validation, how we can configure the custom validation related work tag and work tag usage. So we have data integrity tools. Why we need that? So basically, it is designed to maintain the quality of the data. And quality of the data means financial data. You might have HR data and some other data as well. But how we can ensure that the financial data relevant to the finance, how we can, make it integrate, and how we can maintain the integrity of the data and the quality as per our need. So in Workday, we have built some platform inbuilt actually. So where we can, make sure the data should be accurate as per the business need, and it should comply all the compliance, which is, done by either financial reporting or as per business practices. Of course, it should depend on your nature of business where you are working. So basically, this course is for accountants, financial accountants, accounting managers, and then any person who is relevant to the accounting. Now we have two tools here. One is custom validation. So first we are going to cover about the custom validation. Second would be strategic use of work tags. So work tags are just tagging a transaction. A transaction could be, transaction means a financial transaction. It can be journal entry. It can be supplier invoice, it can be customer invoice, expense report, so on and so forth, and anything related to the business assets. Now, how we can configure the custom validation? So typically we have to, in Workday, we custom validations are the rules which are configurable, but this configuration shall not be available to everyone. Only a finance administrator can do this custom validation. So if you are in finance admin position, then you can go ahead and configure the custom validation. Or maybe if you are in, pertains to the any finance, or maybe you are part of the record to report team or controllership team, then a security person will assign you this put domain and business process, so that you can also go ahead and maintain your custom validation for your area, and also you can edit if there is a requirement. So first of all, you need to have a financial admin. So for this session, I'm going to act as a financial admin who is having the access to configuration of custom validation, work usage, and work related. So security is, because of the segregation of duty. So in the security domain, generally we are taking care into the workday who shall perform which task as per their job requirement, as per their daily need. So if you are a finance admin, then you can go ahead and configure the custom validations. So basically it is helping to streamline the data for the specific business requirement. Now we can have two types of custom validation. One is, it will show the error message, or it will show you what is the error message, and then it will stop you. So say suppose you are trying to create a journal entry, and then I have put a custom validation of type critical. So critical means it will show you the error, and then it will not allow you to create a journal entry. Another would be, it will show you as an alert or a warning message, but it will allow you to proceed further. So journal entry will be into the posted state. So these are the two types of custom validation. I'll show you into the Workday screen. Now, how we can configure that? So we can configure through defining the validation rules and the creating a custom message. So that's why it is the name is given a custom validation. It is not like that if you put a custom validation, then there will be a standard delivered message. If you put a custom validation, which means you can give your alert type, what should be the content of the message. So if you gonna build it, then the same message will be showing while submitting the transaction. So custom validation generally triggers once you enter everything and then you go ahead to submit the transaction. Then we have to create a message, then specify the validation type, what kind of validation it is. So it can be of alert or critical. Now you have to define the rules and we have to give them the required information, how and when it can be used. We can put the custom validation that cost center should be mandatory for every journal entry. So we have to mention the cost center. Like if any revenue GL will be used, for example, then the cost center is mandatory. Then we have to define the rules and we have to give them the required information. That's a revenue. So we have to give some certain type of GLs of revenue. And then also we can also put custom validation like it will prevent the duplicate entry. So we can also do that. So these are some example custom validation on billable project transaction. So we can enforce the business rules during the project billing, and then how we can manage the project billing and how we can manage through the custom validation, and that we are doing generally to compliance before finalization of the billing. So for example, we need to have a revenue adjustment reason if amount of billing is it should not be equal to the billable amount, like $1,000. So we can also build these kind of rules, and once we do that, so basically it is very helpful in the reporting and as well as auditing purpose. So whenever any person requires to audit something, so they can go ahead and audit to audit these things, because whatever we do into the workday, it creates a log. So they can go to the audit trail, they can see the timestamp and who is performing which task, so they can see that. So it is very helpful. So it is given a project billing. I'll show you the example when we come to the workday scale. Now this is very important. When custom validation will trigger, so it will trigger on the submission. So it is not like you will be putting a data then it will trigger. No, it will trigger once you put the data, and data is not complying the condition of custom validation that you have put in. So once you submit the task, then it will trigger, okay, this is not complying as per the situation, then we need to pick this thing. And also suppose a, a journal entry is already created. Let's take example of journal entry. It is already complying the situation of custom validation, and then you are going to edit the journal entry, and then you are changing to a certain specific condition you are not complying. So for example, if we have given that the cost center is mandatory and journal is posted with the given cost center, now you are going to change the journal entry and you are removing that cost center because you are changing the data, then it will also trigger. So once you change the data and you again go ahead and submit the transaction, then it will trigger. So basically it is not triggering once you enter the transaction. Once you enter it and then you click on submit, then it is triggering. It will show you a custom message that you had defined during the custom validation. And also when you change the data, basically you are not complying with the data. So we have given this transaction, what kind of transaction we have. So we have given an example of project billing transaction. So it can be transaction type like project billing transaction summary and project billing transaction details. So it will capture on the both the situation. I'll show you when we come to the workday. So let's begin with the workday screen. So yeah, so this is the workday screen. Typically we need to sign in. Now if you land up to the workday screen, you can see on the left side there is a username and password. So once you will be assigned to a role after your post recruitment, and I'm assuming you will be, if you're taking this course, so either you should be dealing with the financial data, Or maybe if you are a HCM person who's already learned how HCM is working within the workday, now you want to learn, how finance is working. So this is all about related to the financial management course. Now you will be given a username and password, so you will do the signing, and then there might be a certain, multi-factor authentication that you have to do. That depends on the business. Now since I have login as Heather, now you can see the workday screen. Let's see. So on the left hand side we can see menu. So in menu we can see that it is accounts payable, account receivable. So this is pertains to your area, GL. So we are talking about also general ledger, because this is of course organization, projects, recruitment. So anything which is relevant to your area as per your role, like you're an accountant, so you will see all the things related to the financial accounting. And then you can see W screen, that is Workday home screen. Whenever you are at any page, if you click on that, then you will land up to the home screen. Now we can see the search bar. So if you come to the search bar, you just need to type whatever you need. I'll show you. And this is the notification item. So notification means if you are part of any security group, like you're an accountant and you are part of accounting domain, so you will get notified all the things which is happening for that domain, like financial accounting domain. Task item, as for your what all task which is pending to you, so it will come here. For example, you are working as an accounting manager and some accountant has passed some journal entry. Now it has come for the approval to you as an accounting manager. So as an accounting manager, once he submit his transaction, it will come to you as, and the transaction will be in progress. So for the journal entry we will talk in details in our upcoming chapter. But as a thing, once it is pending to you because you are accounting manager, so it will appear into the my task, and you can see your profile, my account, workbench related to your working area if you're an accountant. So all the things relevant to your financial record to report area. You can also, if you like something, then you can add to the favorite. We get favorite option, your drive, my report, and something like that. Now let's talk more about this search bar. So in workday, what we are doing is we don't need to remember any codes. We just need to try to type few things in English. And if you are having any permission for that, then you can see your things. Like I am an accountant, so I'm login as Teresa Serrano, who is a financial admin, so that I can perform, as I said, custom validation and some other things. So I'm a start proxy. Proxy means I'll do everything on behalf of her. So I just need to. So if I'm typing T Serrano, then John D is coming up. So I'm assuming he's the financial admin and he's relevant to the financial data. Now I have landed to this page. Let me duplicate this page as well so that I can perform so many things at the same time. Now about the search bar. So whatever you think, you can find it here. So I'm thinking, let's create a journal. So you just need to type create journal. See, the task is coming up. So task, you can see create journal under the task. If you are finding a report, then it will appear as a report. Let me show you. Like creating journal is a task, find journal is a report. You can see find journal, and under that you can see the report. So it will also give you the bifurcation what it is. So let's begin with the custom validation, how it is performed. To more on the search bar, whatever you think, you can find it. Like you want to see the find customer invoice, you can see that. See find customer invoice, find customer payment. And also you want to think about find supplier, see find supplier. So anything which is related to the supplier, you can see that find supplier invoices, something like that. So John D is a financial admin, and I have logged in as a John D, who is a financial admin. Let's see how the custom validation works. So the task name is maintain custom validation. See, I have not typed the entire spelling. If you type for 3 or 4 letter generally, you will get the entire thing. So I can type entire maintain custom validation, or I can type just main custom validation. Then also task will appear. If I type like just 3 initial letters, main custom validation, See, then also, so it is that much efficient. Let me click on OK. Now you can see so many things are coming up into the left side. So we can maintain the custom validation for each type of transaction. It is not like that. Of course, you need to have access for that transaction as well. But we can maintain the custom validation for each type of transaction. Like on the journal entry, you can see any ad hoc bank transaction. Like you can see attachment is required. How we can build it, I'll show you in some time. Ad hoc, let me show you something like budget line, cash sales. So we have not built any custom validation, that's why it is empty. Customer invoice, see, someone has put the custom validation on customer invoice as well. So he must be dealing with order to cash. He must be a order to cash person. Customer payments, expense report. Any person who is working for the expenses, employee expenses, he has put some custom validations. To more on this, like purchase order. So you can build your custom validation and you can also see the category. One is critical, another is warning. We have few options, like you can build a new validation under this. You can build a new validation under warning. You can build a new validation under critical. So critical will be a hard stop and warning will be a soft stop. So it will show you an error and but it will allow you to proceed with the transaction. Under the maintain custom validation, you can see and you can also test the validation. So let me show you for the demo purpose on accounting journal, because that should be related to record to report. So see, one caveat here, this is a working tenant or an environment. Yeah, tenant means Workday ERP. Whenever I say tenant, which means Workday ERP. So since this is the working tenant for so many persons working on this, they might have built some custom validation or journal entry, but we gonna create a journal entry for us. So let's build that. We can just go to the new validation. Now it is showing add new validation, simple plain English, no codes. And where we are putting on the accounting journal, and what kind, it is critical. Critical means hard stop. So once we build a logic, once we put the description, once we create some rule conditions, then if my any particular journal entry that I'm passing, that I'm creating, is complying with this condition, then system will allow you. Is not complying with this condition, then it will give you a hard stop. Of course, once you submit the transaction, once you submit the journal entry, it will show you the pop-up, the error as well. So as a business, we have decided that, let's take an example to test it out. So as a business, we have decided any ledger GL, which is pertains to the revenue, okay, it should have cost center on its line. And also we don't want to put this condition for all the companies. Like we have so many companies under us, we are a group like Tata Group or some Infosys Group, for example, and we want to just put on any US operational countries. So for our demo purpose, we have built so many companies like Global Modern Services. Now we have this Global Modern Services available for UK, Singapore, India, Russia, China, and USA. So in all our example, we are going to use what company? Global Modern Service USA. So in shortcut, we call it GMS USA. So whenever I'm saying GMS USA, you can think of Global Modern Service USA. Okay. So I was about where we are going to put this condition. So we are going to put this condition on ledger account, which should have any revenue related ledger account. If we put any ledger account related to the revenue, then cost center is mandatory. And I'm not going to give any cost center name, which cost center is mandatory, although I can do that. But let's, for a simplicity purpose, I just make any cost center is mandatory. And third one, I'll give on which company the cost center is mandatory or ledger account is mandatory. So say suppose I'm creating a journal for our demo purpose, GMS USA, Global Modern Services USA. So I am an accountant, I'm working as an accountant. Now I'm going to create a journal entry for my company, GMS USA, and then we have built a condition that if I use any ledger which is relevant to the revenue. So for us, for demo purpose, we have created a revenue that is 4,000 is the code and the name is revenue. So whenever I'm using this GL on my any of the journal entry, cost center is mandatory. And for which company? Of course, Global Modern Service USA. So let's just build the logic. So how we gonna build the logic? First of all, we need to give a description and comment. So description would be cost center is mandatory for journal entry of GMS USA with respect to revenue GL. And we're gonna put it into our comment as well. You can ignore this red line. It is for spelling check. Now category we don't need to define, and also you can copy any condition which is already created. Now logic will be derived once we enter everything, because we are still building the logic, so it is showing empty. Once we create the entire logic, then it will appear. Now how we gonna start? So if you want to put a custom validation which is of only one line, the cost center is mandatory, then you can go ahead and in the source you can mention the cost center relation operator. We will show you how we're going to do that. So for our example, we are saying ledger account is mandatory for revenue, and ledger account, if we use revenue, the cost center will be mandatory. For which company? GMS USA. So we are saying ledger account revenue. If ledger account will come, then cost center is mandatory. Cost center is mandatory for which company? GMS USA. So either we can go either in the first. So we have three things. One is GL we need to mention. Another is we need to mention cost center. Third thing we need to mention company. So this is the first line, and we are going with the and condition. So either we can go with the and condition or condition. So in the first time we are going with the and condition. Now what we are saying, ledger account. You don't need to remember anything. Just try to type ledger account. Whatever available fields will come, you can see. So ledger account, we have typed it under the source external field or conditional rule, and relational operation would be in the selection list. So see, you can see frequently use in the selection list, not in the selection list, is empty, is not empty. Is empty when we pick, which means all the ledger accounts, because we are putting is empty, so it will applicable for all the ledger accounts. Now we are putting in the selection list, which means we are giving what kind of ledger account it should be there. So what I said, it is on revenue GL. So revenue GL, you can just type revenue. Let's see what all GLs will come. So we have one GL, 102, 103, 4,000, so many. Let's pick a simple and plain one, 4,000. So whenever any ledger account of 4,000, that is revenue, will be used in any journal entry, then this custom validation of critical type will trigger. Now we want use this condition for every company. Let's see. You have put ledger account. So, okay. Say suppose we have entered the ledger account in any journal entry. What do you need? Okay, I would need, if this ledger account will be used, cost center should be there every time. So you can see and condition. We don't need to put anything here. Under the source external feed or conditional rule, you have to type what you need actually. I need cost center when the ledger. So it will check for first condition. You can see the order. It will check for whenever any person like accountant is going to create a journal entry, it will check for ledger account. Now I need cost center. Just click on cost center. Okay. If you want to use a certain type of cost center, then this logic will drive, then you can also go ahead and select in the selection list. So once you can click in the selection list, then you can describe your cost centers. What kind of cost center is you want to see. So these kind of cost, and then what will happen, this, say suppose you have opted for training services, then what will happen actually, you will select any revenue GL entry on debit side or credit side. Of course, we know that revenue should come on the credit side. On either side, then this kind of cost center like training should become. If it is coming, then it's fine. otherwise this will trigger. So let's see, I'm not giving any list, I'm just saying blindly cost center only. So we have to keep it is empty. So I'm not defining any cost center. So with this GL, any cost center you can put. Third, it shall not be applicable for all the journal entries that we are going to create. So what we are going to use is we need to define our company, on which company. So suppose you are an accountant of GMS USA, then you need to define the company, because you are defining the company, so you have to select is on the selection list. And what company we call is Global Modern Services. If you type Global Modern Services, we can see so many companies are coming up. What we need to select is GMS USA. So these are for demo purpose. You can directly type GMS USA, then this company will also appear. Now you can think of the sequence, and it is showing the and. So whenever we are building a rule, it is pre-mandatory that it will come. So it will check for the ledger 4000. If 4000 you have entered a 4000 ledger on your journal entry, then cost center you need to mention. Is empty means any cost center you can mention, any cost center. And then for which company it is applicable, any journal which shall be created for company Global Modern Service. We just gonna click OK. Now let's again go to the accounting and see. This is our rule. Once you build it, you can see description, comment, and it is also derived the logic. What logic? A ledger account in the selection list of 4000 of revenue category, and cost center is empty. Any cost center is required, and company in the selection list. So we have given GMS USA in the list. So it will come. Now this is our Workday screen. I'll keep it here. I'll just go to a duplicate. So this is what kind of ERP, it is URL based. So if you just go on your browser, you can duplicate and you can perform the task. Now you can see the same name I'm coming up, John D, which is, relevant to the Workday, relevant to the finance domain. So that's why I am doing this task on behalf. Otherwise, if you are you are a person with HCM, you can also access the Workday Finance, but you cannot go ahead and create the journal. If you are doing anything related to your AR or AP, so that's why you need to have the access. Now you are an accountant, so what you are doing, creating a create journal. Now this create journal, so you will learn deep about the journals in the upcoming chapter, like the third chapter, but let me show you. So this we call as a header level, and once we click on continue, then the line level will come. Now in the ledger, we are going to use actuals. So actuals for which company? So you just need to type GMS USA. You will get into the details into that chapter. Accounting date you can put, so I'm putting a random date. See, period, this is came for December 2025, and actuals. So we have some types of ledger, commitment, obligation, and actual. So it will impact the actual ledger, the actual. And while setting up the company, because it is pertains to the USA, you can see the currency has already came up. So when we are configuring the company, we are also need to define the functional currency, in which currency they are dealing with daily requirement. So you can see currency has already come up. Journal source. So source is, we have so many source through which journal is come, operation source, like operation transaction. So we are doing it manually. So we have created a manual journal source. And you will also get to know about the journal source and sequencing in the upcoming chapter in detail. So book codes, you can get it in detail later on. Memo, if you want to give anything, you want to create a reversal, you can do that. So you will get to know about all this field into the journal chapter. Now, generally into the Workday, we call it at a header level. You can see in the top. Once we scroll down, we can see two tabs. One is journal entry lines, another is attachment. So into the attachment, we can attach anything like approval or any evidence. So you can also build a custom validation that every journal entry must have an attachment. You can also build that. So you can simply try on that part as well for GMS USA. Now I'm going to use a GL. So let's put on the debit side cash. Now I want to comply with the condition. Okay, so I need to type revenue. So either you can enter the code or you can just simply type in English, so it will appear. So revenue, we have built the custom validation for, and revenue comes with a credit side. So we are putting the same amount, otherwise system will not allow us to proceed. So you can see total in debit is $77, total in credit is $77. It should match. Otherwise, it is not like custom validation system itself will stop you that you cannot proceed because your debit and credit is not matching. Now you can see different fields over here: memo, external, spend category, buyer name, cost center. So I'll explain when it comes to the picture. But see, I have put the revenue category of 4,000 and I am not putting anything, and I am creating this journal for which company? GMS USA. So if you let me show you the condition. If you remember the condition that if I'm building for GMS USA, see, you can also build this logic in the first order. You can mention in the first place the company and then the ledger account, the cost center. That is fine. No issues with that. Logic will work. See, two things are already there, but cost center is not there. Any cost center is not there. So let's try to, and also we have shown into the slides, I have entered the situation, but I have not entered anything into the cost center. So because I'm not entering cost center, so it is not like the Workday is showing me the error. You should enter the cost center. Why you're not entering the cost center? No, it is not like that. Once you go ahead and click on submit, see, it is showing your error. What kind of error it is? Cost center is mandatory for journal entry GMS USA with respect to the GL. Error, message, and hard stop error. What kind of error? This is a custom built error. That's why we call it custom validation. We have put a custom validation with as per our description, whatever we need or the business needs. Now you can see the same message here. If anyhow I'll try to submit, no, it won't happen. Sorry. You just need to see, it is not coming for debit side, it is coming for credit side. So just go to the credit side and you can see a column here. We call it work tag in the Workday field. Work tag. We are tagging cost center to this transaction. That's why we call it work tag. Now I go to the this side and I just take 1,000, or maybe I can choose any cost center which is related to the test cost center. Just click. If further custom validation is someone has built, then it will appear. Otherwise, it will go ahead and submit. Let's see. Now again, it is showing one error. When cost center is, so someone, you can see further someone has put the custom validation, the cost center test is used, then worktech type, buyer name you have to use. So just to show you the transaction, I'll just use, so this is another custom validation. So I'm using one Chennai. I just go ahead and submit because I have complied all the condition. You can see journal entry is created with the sequence number, date, amount, by Chondi. So this is process is successfully completed. You can see, you can do another create journal. This is related links business policy document, so you can refer that. But as of now, let's create something which is not complying this situation, or maybe I'll show you as a alert. Sorry, I have shown you as a negative value and positive I have also shown you. Let's see, it is a hard stop. Let's see, at least system will allow me after showing the alert. So what I have to do is I just need to click on backspace. I go to the maintain custom validations and I'll remove it from here and I'll put that, please, please don't look at this because you might get confused. Although you can refer, later on once you will be getting through all the chapters of the course, then you will get to know, or once you start practicing as a homework, then you will get to know how you can build the custom validation. So what was that? Cost center is mandatory. Once we type that, we can see same our build logic has came up, but it has came under the warning. We have something as well. System rate should be greater than spotted. We are not going into that details. We just want to see how it is coming under the warning. How we have already seen under the critical one, we just click OK, and then we can see it is come under the warning. Let's just do another create journal. I'm gonna type my company name, GMS USA. I'll pick any random date. Journal source manual because I'm passing the manual entry. Click OK. This is header level. This is line level. Now I'm gonna use same revenue. So because I remember the code, that's why I'm typing. You can try with the plain English. Cash is 1,000. Either you can type in English or I'm passing for $1. Credits at $1. This is matching debit and credit. Now, intentionally, I am not putting anything under the work center work tag. So let's just try to take the name so that you will also get to know. So cost center is a work tag, an additional work tag. So these are primary work tag we call, and this is additional work tag, just to get So I'm not putting anything. I'm just leaving cost center blank. I'll just click on submit. Let's see what kind of custom validation appear. See, journal is created, that is done, successfully done. And you can see the journal status. This is journal. You can see your journal in detail. Journal number, it is under the posted status. This is also journal sequence number. So, number of the journal entry. Okay, you can see manual. But if I go to the alert, it is showing cost center is mandatory for the journal entry. The same we have created. For which journal line? Revenue journal line, that is 4,000. Okay, so it is posted, but it is done. So that way you can build your custom validation. You can also do more practice by adding a simple single line, 2 line and 3 line. So I have given you one example related to work journal entry, but it is same applicable for all the transactions that I have showed you: customer invoice, supplier invoice, business assets, for so many things. Let me show you the list again. So you can try out on this. Of course, it should be under your area, like asset registration. You can build some custom validation. Cash sales, you can build the customer contract, whatever list you can see. So you can build your custom validation of these type of transactions. So we have lots of variety of the transaction that we can build a custom validation just to maintain the data integrity as per our business need. So yeah, that way we have covered custom validations, how we can build the custom validation. Now into the data integrity tools, we have another chapter, that is work tag. So what is work tag? How we can use the work tag? So work tag is simply means tagging a type of transaction. Transaction here, it means financial transaction. So I'll again use the same example of journal entries to explain you how we can see the work tag. Okay, let me go to the Workday. So this is Workday screen. So now our next topic is, we have covered so far how we can build the custom validation of critical and warning type. And once we put the critical, it will give me a hard stop. It will not allow me to go ahead with the transaction. But if I put the same condition under the warning, so what it will do, it will just allow me to go ahead with the transaction, but it will show me the warning. And what kind of warning? The custom made warning that I have built. And also you can try out for so many transactions. So I have shown you on journal entry. Now I'll use the same example. Let me show you what is work tag. So basically, work tag is simply, as I said, work tag, tagging a transaction. Okay, so how we can tag a transaction, how we can do that. Now in this work tag, how we can configure the work tag usage, how we can do that within the Workday, that we are going to see. Although I have seen you some of the work tag onto the journal line, you have seen cost center. So cost center is a work tag. Revenue category, which is pertains to the revenue, it is also a work tag. Sales item is a work tag. Spend category is a work tag. So I'll show you, we have lots of things as a work tag. Now what kind of work tag we have? So work tag is just assigning or labeling a financial transaction, tagging, and where we are deciding the work tag. So basically this is related to the financial model, financial data model. We call it FDM into the Workday space, where we are just defining the chart of accounts, and under the chart of accounts, we just defining the what kind of work tag is required for certain type of transaction. I'll just give you one example. If any transaction is related to the O2C, then it must be related to the revenue. Then revenue category kind of work tag is required. That is decision taken by the client, and we as a financial data model configurator, we are doing that. Okay, and we are just want to make sure, okay, whenever we have customer related transaction, revenue categories should be there. Likewise, many of the financial transactions must need a cost center. So cost center is a very famous work tag. Similarly, if we are a P2P person, we know that purchase item, spend category, some sort of things related to the procurement should be there. So we can use spend category purchase item as a work tag, and it should be there. Now, how we can configure the work tag? We just need to define the work tag carefully. Why? Because there is a limitation into the work tag space. I'll show you what is the limitation. And assigning work tag to the transaction. Similarly, with the custom validation, we can assign a work tag for all type of transactions. We have a list what kind of transaction we can. Now you need to train the users how we can tag this work tag on a type of transaction, like financial transaction, transaction to a customer, transaction related to the procurement, expenses, employee expenses. Now we have, driver work tag, which is a driving force, which is a main part, like you can say cost center or a project is a driver work tag. Optional work tag, we can have the work tag, but it should be optional, it is not mandatory. Operational work tag, so whenever we create any, so most of the time, like you will create a supplier invoice, and then you can see after creating a supplier invoice, an accounting entry is already generated for supplier invoice. Some sort of, you have procured something for someone. So through the account posting rule set, you can see, some kind of operational work tag, related work tag. So related work tag, we will cover it in the next chapter, but I'll show you. Whenever we try to, put any driver work tag, so related work tag can be auto populated, or we can make it mandatory. I'll show you into the next topic, that is related work tag usage. So now this is related to the related work tag. So related work tag is, ensuring the data consistency and reducing the manual data entry. So because we just need to make sure this kind of work tag should be there, and it can auto populate. I'll show you. So let's jump into the, okay, let me explain it further. So again, related work tag is also configured during the financial data model. Now, once you click the driver work tag like cost center, then another work tag like location, region, project, it will auto appear. I'll show you how we can do it into the workday. For example, if you select a project like project 123 in a work in a field, then related work tag, like I have tagged project 123 with a cost center of 30,000. Then whenever in any transaction I would select a project 123, my cost center will auto populate, it will come automatically. Okay, so this is a popular example of related work tag. Now I have entered a driver work tag which is project 123. Related work tag cost center 30,000 will be auto populated, or vice versa. I have a driver work tag of 30,000, and related work tag like project 123 will auto populate. So this is work tag usage. Now we can also, derive the logic that this kind of work tag will be applied to the hierarchy. We can define the hierarchy, like what kind of transaction the work tag and work tag usage or related work tag shall be put on, such as expenses, our example journal entry, you can put it on time blocks. So list will be appear, then I'll show you supplier invoices, and system will read the logic and it will show you that this kind of work tag is required. Now, so we have two types of work tag, one is primary, another is additional. For primary, work tag will appear as a separate column. I'll show you into the workday screen. So like cost center, revenue category, it is appearing as a, separate column. So we call it primary work tag. Now we have a limitation of 10 maximum primary work tag, and related work tag we can have so many. Now We have given example of billable transaction work type derivation logic. So the primary hierarchy for the transaction like ad hoc expense, time block, and expense as follows. Source work tag. So first time looks like the work tag directly enter. So source transaction. And then we have to derive the rules for missing work tag. So once we click on the what kind of work tag it should be there. So if we miss that, then it will apply. It will derive the logic and then it will apply, and it will show you that this kind of work tag is required. Now we can make it mandatory with the effective dated or current moment rules. So it will be applicable as a current moment, or we can also define from which effective date this work tag usage can be effective. We can also define that. Work tag, we can also tag a worker to a related to the cost center or a particular department. So it will pick up. So basically, because a worker is joining a certain date. So I have joined any organization of 8th of September 2021. So if I tag to a cost center, then it will take effective date because this employee is joined from that effective date 8th of September 2021. So if someone will try to make me, tag to a transaction before that, then it will not derive the logic because effective date is there. So that is something we are trying to define here. Again, project work tag, because project is a continuous process, so it will be as a current moment. Contract line work tag, we can see, so many contract line work tag like supplier contract something. So we have given one example of time blocks, and we have the date, cost center. You can try with your out revenue accruals and customer invoice. I'll give you a certain example because this example is given. You can try with your practice. I'll give you some other example. Okay. Thank you. Similarly, we have later work tag also. Let me show you the slide and then we'll directly jump to the workday screen. I have helped you, this related work tag is ensuring data consistency, and it will auto populate. So I think these slides are already covered. So we can either have related work tag as a auto population, or we can do the configuration by accessing the task maintain work tag usage. We can also try a contextual filtering. So basically, we can limit the work tag, how many choices we can make. We can also define only a cost center associated with the GMS USA will appear. So that we can define, and statistical reporting. So when we are doing the reporting, we can also take care of the related work tag. What kind of dimensions? So work tag we call as a dimension as well, tagging a transaction or giving a dimension to a transaction. So whether this work tag is required or optional, so we can define in the statistical reporting. Now, as a related work tag, it should be taggable to other work tag types. For example, in my example, I have given a related work tag that is project is taggable to cost center, and vice versa. A cost center is taggable to the project. So it will check for the posting rules. So basically, account posting rule, we are defining how accounting will happen. So it will see the posting rules, and we can also, we can also create a pool of work tag. Like whenever you are creating a, related work tag, so we will show you into the workday screen what kind of list of work tag usage we are having. And say suppose you have defined a work tag that is a related work tag which is mandatory for certain type of transaction. I later on you don't need it, you can just simply go ahead and delete. Or you, if you have make a related work tag is required, like if I enter any cost center, then project should also appear. If I made it mandatory, now no longer is required because I have no project as per my business. So you can just, unmandatory that, or untick as a mandatory tag, that you can also or you can either delete your work tag as well. So like I have given spend category work tag is required on supplier invoice. I'll give you one example. So this is related to supplier invoice. Certainly we have some work tag for expense item. So let's directly jump to the workday screen and then I'll show you. Now how, let's see first about the work tag usage. So again, I have logged in as a finance admin. maintain work tag usage. Now, once you click that, similar to the maintain custom validation, you can make the maintain custom work tag usage. Let's give an example of accounting journal. We can make your maintain work tag usage for this kind of transaction: business assets, business asset disposal, deferred cost, inventory, opportunity, some related to the procurement like purchase order, code, spend authorization, supplier invoice, student. So these are related to the college basically. Supplier invoice, time tracking. So this is for time tracking related to the HCM, tax defaulting rule related to the tax. Let me show you. We will keep this consistency with the accounting journal. So you can see on the right hand side, this is taggable for accounting journal. So this will come into the picture whenever we create accounting journal. Now, what kind of transaction it is? Financial transaction. Now, what it is showing as a description, that accounting journal, any accounting journal. So we have two types of accounting journal. One is manual and another is recurring. So this, if we configure something, then it will also come for recurring journal. Like I'm booking a rent, and then rent will also come in every month. So that kind of example is recurring journal, but I'll give you a detail into the upcoming chapter. So we have one option, edit work tag usage. But before that, primary work tag you can see is maximum 10. So this is tenant wide, ERP wide. You can only have maximum 10 as a primary work tag. And what kind of work tag we have as of now given for the accounting journal? One spend category, another buyer name, and cost center, and the revenue category. And additional work tag you can see so many things, 73 items. So we can have so many, additional work tag. So how it is come to the picture, how it is relevant. Let me show you. If I go to the Workday screen, again, I'll just go ahead and create journal, GMSE USA. I'm just showing you what is the primary work tag and what is additional work tag. But before that, I have to just enter this mandatory information, asterisk. I'll click on continue. Now, if I come to the line level, you go to the right words. Now, you can see external reference ID is something different. Spend category is a work tag for the spends, and it is appearing as a separate column. So we can say spend category on the accounting journal is a primary work tag because it is appearing as a separate column. Now, buyer name is coming up separate column, cost center is coming as a separate column, revenue category is coming up separate column, and additional work tag we have 73. We can pick anything. So it is like multi-select field. So if you put it as a primary work tag, then it will come as a separate field. Otherwise, it will as a additional field. Now, let's try to change a bit, and we'll see how it's gonna update. Now, let's see. I also want to see project. Okay, project. So we have so many things under the project. So you can see under the project course in details. Project. Now, what it is showing, make another selection. You can more than once, which means project is already selected under there. That's why it is showing. Okay, let's just try to create one purchase item. Why it is showing the error? Because purchase item is already selected under the additional work tag. So okay, let me remove from here one business unit, and like location I need to remove from, because it should not come under both the phases. See, project is coming here, that's why it is stopping us. So I have removed, I have made it additional work tag 70. Now let's create business unit. Okay, business unit is also there. Now purchase item is there. Okay, and I'm gonna add, and you can project. Okay, now you can also define the sequence which should come first. So let's see, cost center should come first or something. So as of now, spend category come first. So I can make it at the last. So maximum you can add 10, and that's all. And additional work tag you can have so many. So just click OK. Now earlier you were saying spend category, buyer name, cost center, revenue category. Once I just click refresh, now let's see, it should have been updated. But before see that, we have to put some DMS USA manual journal. I'll just click on continue. Okay, sorry. Yeah, click on continue. And then I can see spend category is coming up, project is coming up, cost center is coming up, business unit is coming up, buyer name is coming up, revenue category is coming up, and other things will come up under the additional work tag. So that's the difference. Now, with the same thing, let's do one thing. What I'm gonna do is edit work tag usage. I'll just say whenever you create a journal entry, cost center should be mandatory. And don't be get confused with the custom validation. Custom validation we have put for certain condition. So any sort of accounting journal, whosoever is create, cost center should be appear every time, every single time, and it will appear as a separate column, but cost center is every time required. So this is my business decision. Okay, so and you can see disallowed inactive value. So say suppose you have 10 cost center, if you click on that and some cost center is inactivated, reluctant, then also it will come, but generally we are not keeping s. And you can also make some of additional work tag as a mandatory. So let's just now we will say, see, spend category we cannot make it mandatory because spend is related to all the expenses. We can have revenue expenses as well, bank transaction as well. So let's say cost center is mandatory and business unit is mandatory. Okay, now let's take same example 1000, and let's take, this is our deferred revenue. See, intention, you can see it is not credit debit. If I go ahead and click, then system will give me another. So I'll show you in details into the journal chapter. Now I'm not going to enter any cost center and project. Let's just click on submit. Okay, sorry, why it has happened. I just make it mandatory, but I was forget to do click on okay. Let's just click okay and then recreate the situation. Sorry for that. Now it is mandatory. Let's create another journal. So I'm going to use my ledger like GMS for GMS USA. 20th journal source will be manual. Click on continue. I'll come to the line level. I'm going to use same 1000 and then I'll pick any journal entry. Let's use the same so that also you would get to know. Okay, it was, I think, this one. Deferred 1 2 3 1 2 3. And if I go to the right words, I am not putting any primary work tag spend category. So see, once you have clicked on as a mandatory, it has came as an asterisk. But suppose you are in a hurry, if you just click OK, then see for the journal entry one, it is showing as a per line level. For the entire thing, for row one, cost center is mandatory, business. So Workday will give you the error details in that minutely. Okay, so let's pick any cost center like 1000. Let's take any business unit. Okay, we don't have any business unit here in system, so this is not gonna work. So I need to create a business unit. So just to prevent this, I'll show you in some time, maybe later on any other chapter. Let's just remove business unit from here. Let's just do this business unit here. So as of now, let's just continue with cost center. Click on OK. Now, if I click on submit, okay, because this is custom validation, that's why it is showing. So I'm gonna put any buyer name because we have changed the transaction in between. So let me try to recreate it again. Okay, GMS USA, GMS USA. Let's put a date, manual, click on continue, and we will come 1000 deferred revenue 1 to 3, credit side 1 to 3. Now cost center is only coming up. So let's take one cost center like 53,000. Now because of, so why it is showing error, must have buyer name. Okay, because of the custom validation. Let's give some buyer name, no issues. Nancy, see error has gone up, and then Nancy. So this error is coming up because of some custom validation. And this is, you can see asterisk because we have made it mandatory under the work tag usage. Just click on submit. And then you can see your journal is created by John D with a number 6931 with the transaction. You can see the details over here as well. It is posted. So that how this maintenance work tag usage is come into place. So you can have 10 maximum work tag usage. You can try with some other things, like you will add something and you can make it mandatory something, like spend category you will make it mandatory, project you can make it mandatory. So just for your homework, just do for your practice, make something is mandatory and then disallowed also. You can, you know with play around, you can also make mandatory as an additional work tag. Like I would need campus every time, so just click on edit work tag and you can make mandatory as a additional work tag. So now let's jump onto the maintain work tag usage, maintain related work tag usage. Let's come to the next topic. So maintain work tag usage, you can see so many things are coming up. Cost center. So we can have, it's kind of two types. So like similarly with the work tag usage, you can make it default required on transaction, inactive values. So you can just, make this thing happen. Like you can see buyer name is, that's why it was coming up, because of the related work tag. So let's just uncheck this. Let's just see location is mandatory for every cost center. Okay. So this is one type of transaction of related work tag. We are making one thing is mandatory. So we have made location as mandatory. So whenever we put something, the location should be required. Like whenever we put cost center. So same example, GMS USA, manual 1000 on debit side and another on credit side, on site training, debit 45145. So I'm gonna put cost center because anyway it is mandatory. Let's pick this one, 36300. 36300. Now, because location is not primary work tag, so it will come under the additional work tag. But if I'm gonna click submit, let's just see what will happen. Again, location is default required. Okay, we need to make it mandatory default on a transaction. Just click on OK, and then I'm gonna do it again. So like GMS USA and accounting date, manual, and then we can just click on continue. And then we're gonna pick ledger account 1000 on debit side, and the credit side it can be anything like other income. So 156. Let's pick 36,000 consulting, 36,000 because it is mandatory. Now intentionally I'm gonna submit. Let's see, related work tag will trigger. No, it is not coming up into the picture. What is happening? Let me see that. Center. So it ideally should come up. Let's see another example of related work tag, how it is auto population. Maybe I'll dive into this, why it is not working. It should ideally, it should come up. And you have seen in your example as well, whenever you are trying to do something, then buyer name was coming up because of related work tag whenever we had some cost center. So let's just take buyer name only, and then maybe something is happening with locations. Okay, let's try again with the buyer, GMS USA. So basically we are in as an accountant of global modern services. We call it GMS USA. Now, let's again take an example of journal entry. So, to maintain work tag usage, we have to access a task, maintain related work tag usage. Now, let's see. So, first of all, we need to see whether cost center is mandatory or journal entry or not. How we gonna check that? Is maintain work tag usage. So I'll do in two ways. First of all, see cost center is mandatory, and once you try to create a journal, you can see cost center with asterisk mark. Let's just do one thing. Let me search for purchase item. Okay. Let's remove purchase item from here and let's make it mandatory here, because we need to see the purchase item on related work tag, how we can see whether purchase items are mandatory or not. So let's just begin with this. So if anywhere cost center will be used anywhere on any financial transaction, let's just do one thing. Let's make purchase item and buyer name as mandatory. Let's click OK. Now let's see again on the cost center. If we drill down a little bit, buyer name and purchase items are mandatory. And here what we have done on accounting journal, cost centers are mandatory. So in a nutshell, as per Workday usage, cost center is mandatory. But in the related Workday usage, we have made whenever any cost center is tagged, we need to have buyer and this will. Now, how system will tell us? Let's see about the related Workday usage. So I'm gonna create a journal. So let's just type create journal. Ledger, we need to pick our company, GMS USA actuals. Let's take one date. Journal source would be manual because we are passing the manual journal. Memo, what we can do is test for related work tag cost. So our work tag is cost center. Let's see. On the debit side, let's take some receivable. The credit side, let's pick up anything. So I'm picking accrued liability. Or on the debit side or on the credit side. Now let's scroll down. So you can see there are some primary work tag and additional work tag as well. Only cost centers are mandatory. So let's just pick one cost center, that is 20,000. So as per work tag usage, I have just marked my cost center to be present here. Now, as per related work tag, we also need to mention purchase item and the buyer. So intentionally, just to check this functionality, because on the cost center, we can see that, buyer name and purchase item are default required and required on transaction. So I am just not putting here. Let's just see if Workday will tell us something. So Workday is saying when a cost center, so basically we have mentioned this cost center. When a cost center is entered, then these work tag types must also have value. One is buyer name, another is purchase name. Similarly, for the journal entry, so it is showing for row 1 and row 2. Now we can see we have made both the things mandatory, buyer name and purchase item. So what we're gonna do is, let's just try to pick any buyer name, Robert and Robert. So I'm just putting one buyer name. If I just click OK, then it will pop up for purchase item. Let's go for purchase items. Let's take one purchase item, bags. And if I click on submit, now see, system is not preventing us. Now journal has been created. You can see the entire journal entry, journal number, status, sequence number, some memo. So we have put memo test for related work type, that is cost center. You can see our company and journal line as well. Some GL, amount, purchase item. You can again see cost center with the asterisk mark and buyer name. So that way it has been completed. I'll just click on done. So that is one way of making related work tag usage as mandatory. Now we have another options as well. Let's just do one thing. So that is one way. Another way is, we know that on the journal entry, on the accounting journal, cost centers are mandatory. Let's just do one thing. Let's just look for same cost center that we have used. So we have used 20,000. What I'm gonna do is, I just want to map my work tag with this cost center, so that I don't need to populate buyer name and purchase item. So what I'm going to do is, so let's just treat cost center as a driver work tag. And once you put your driver work tag, your related work tag, it will auto populate. So just look for, see, buyer name and purchase items are coming here. Let's do one thing. Let's just try to pick one. So whenever I'll use these kind of cost center, I just want Sarah to become as a buyer, and purchase item always should come for laptop. So for example, as per your business need, you know that a particular cost center, or maybe for another example, a project, if a project like one project number 5512 is appearing, and we know that this project is coming under some cost center, like in our example 20,000 crm. So what we need to do is, either we will go to that project, and then if we go to the related work tag, we can auto populate these things. Let me show you how it works. So what I have done is, my cost center, that is 20,000, is a primary work tag. So this will act as a primary work tag. Now buyer and purchase item, I have also defined my buyer and purchase item. Whenever I'll use this kind of cost center, there is one buyer and purchase item that is tagged. Now this is for demo purpose. You can tag other as well as per your business needs. Now let's just see how it acts now. So what, just to test this, we gonna again create journal. Let's pick for GMS USA. Let's take one date. Memo, we have driver work tag and related work tag. So we are just testing driver work tag. Just putting this memo. Journal source would be manual. Click on continue. So ledger account, let's just take anything. The debit side, I'm putting 999. 999. Now if we go to the right words, let's just see. So you can see purchase item and cost center. Now what I'm gonna do is, I'm just gonna type my driver work tag, that is 20,000. So you can see that the time we entered this one, 20,000 office of CRMO, our buyer name that we have just tagged in Sarah, and purchase item laptop is coming there. Now what we gonna do is, we'll use a separate thing for this one. Now we'll use a different cost center, then it will not appear. But if I'm gonna type the same one, it will auto populate. So just I'm gonna click submit, and there you go. Now you can see your journal and name with amount and who is done. So John Day is accountant of Global Modern Services. That's why he has domain security policy to create this journal. This is our details. This is process, how it works. So this is basically business process. I'll explain you in upcoming classes what do you mean by the business processes. So basically, what all steps to create a journal. So this is done. Now you can see other information. This is our journal entry details just for driver work type. You can see company, GL, debit credit amount, total debit, total credit, purchase item, which is auto populated as a related work tag, cost center, because this is the driver work tag, and buyer name as a Sarah. So okay, 20,000 CRMO. This is related work tag option. You just scroll down and you can see we have mapped this. If we do something else, like I just want, if I put this one, then location should come up and required on transaction. I'll just click OK. See, yeah, let's see whether, and then I again go to the maintain related work tag, click OK. Now, either I can create this journal entry, or what I can do is I can just go to this one, journal, and I can just copy. I'll click OK. Okay, let's select the date, and then everything is coming up. Let's just clear these things. Again, we're gonna type 20,000, 10,000. So intentionally, I'm using different work tags, so auto population is not coming up. But anyway, okay, because we have not made as a driver work tag. Anyway, purchase items are mandatory. Click on submit. You can see the details. It is posted. But since we have used a different cost center, so it has not auto populated. So we have populated. So that way, if you can try with some other things, like, so these are highly interlinked. Maintain work tag usage, maintain related work tag. So you can try other options as well. You can either go for work tag is mandatory for accounting journal. Similarly, because I have shown you one example on accounting journal, You can go ahead if you have any idea about the business assets, you can try with these areas. Business asset disposal, you can simply, what you need to do is you just need to edit workday usage. You just need to try to create a customer invoice, but you must be from, you just need to see for a customer invoice, security should be there. So that way you just need to go to the company like global modern service. So how you can see the roles also, let me help you so that you can use that person. Global modern service USA. So this is our company. We can search for the company. Now you can see the roles. Let me show you the roles as well for this company. So I was acting as an accountant, and who was that? John D. So I've created for GMS USA by John D. So I have done everything by John D. So security you need to decide. That's why I have done everything on behalf of John D. So how we are doing that? Start proxy. So if you have any implementer access or for testing purpose, they will provide you the implementer access. You can see your profile here and say, suppose your name is something else, like, XYZ. And then because you have to test out for transactions like for accounting, especially related to the R2R. Accountants needs to do everything related to the R2R, and accounting manager typical approves that. So what you need to do is you need to find out for which company you are trying. Most of the cases we are trying for the global modern services. You just need to search for the company, see the roles, and then either you can do the, let's take one example of Andrew Walden. So how can I start proxy? Because I need to act as an accountant. So I just click on start proxy and then I just need to type Andrew Wall. You can see if I click on OK, good evening on behalf of Andrew Walton. So I'm an accountant. Andrew Walton is an accountant of GMS USA. That way you can create journal and most of the things in this entire course you can, do, especially related to the record to report or common financial management things an accountant can do. Now I can either explore, maintain work tag, related work tag, I can do everything. Okay. Now, so in this class, what we have done so far is we have explored custom validations. We have explored how a work tag usage can be done. So basically primary and so additional work tag, whether we have multi-select primary, it will come as a separate column, but we also need to keep in mind that maximum limit to make an work tag as a primary work tag is 10, that is tenant wide. You cannot exceed extra from 10 because I think 10 would be so much. You can capture so many dimensions because we have limit of 10. And then how we can use a related work tag. So related work tag, either we can make it mandatory or we can act as a driver work tag. So driver work tag, we need to go to the driver work tag like a cost center, like a project or anything, like a location, like fund, if it is for non-profit. So once you go to a particular driver work tag, you just need to go to related action and then into the related work tag you just need to put down some default values. So in any transaction, be it create journal, be it registering the assets, be it creating the supplier contract, be it creating the supplier invoice, anything, or making some transactions, any financial transactions, once you try to populate your driver work tag, the related work tag will be auto populated. That I have shown you an example. For your homework, what you can do is you can try with something else, like you can just make one driver work tag like project, cost center, or anything. And then what you can do is you can just go ahead and go to the related action, make some default value, like your driver work tag will be a project 123. You will go to that project, you just click on the related action, and then you will go there and then make some default values, and then you just try to create one demo transaction, and then you will see once you put that same value it will be auto populated. If and else if it is, you just make it required, then once you try on submit, then system will show you, Okay, for this one, because we have mentioned some work tag, we just need to mention some related work tag as well that we have done in the setting. So yeah, so that was the first class. Now that we have learned so far in the custom validation, so you will learn more by practice, and you will also get to know more about these chapters once we go ahead with the next chapters. Like, next chapters we will cover like how to create a journal sequencing, basically a document number. Whenever you create a journal entry, you can see some number over there. Similarly, if you register an asset, so business asset registration will be there, some number will be captured. Similarly, with the customer invoice, supplier invoice, some document number basically. And then we'll explore these fields, how we can do it into the workday. And then later on, we'll discuss how we can, so many things about the journal entries, how we can create the journal, how we can upload the journal, what if my journal is not matching. So lots of things about the journal entries. And then later on, we'll explore intercompanies, allocations, and some other things. So yeah, all the best, take rest, and read more, and have a nice work day to you all.
So, hello everyone, and welcome back to this series of financial management course that is for record to report for Workday Finance. So, let's begin with the second module that is journal sequencing. So, what we have covered so far in the first module is how we can enable custom validations, how we can enable for work tag usage and work tag related work tag usage. So, we have seen so many examples, and if you haven't done so, please go ahead and log into your workday and then have some practice over there. Now let's start with our next topic, that is journal sequencing. So as the name suggests, it is for sequencing a journal. So let me share my screen. Okay. Now, so basically, we have three things here, how we can create the journal sequencing. So we have some sort of rules. We need to create some sequence generator rules. And then suppose we have created a journal sequence rules. Now we want to edit it later on. Now, so how we can do that? So we have some task for edit sequence generator rule as well. So the task is edit sequence generator rule configuration. Basically, if you want to have a specific format for customer invoice, supplier invoice, some other things like related to the assets, banking, then you can go ahead and for the edit sequence. Now, and the third one is you can enable the sequence rule for a specific company, or you can take it from the tenant wide. So we can configure it for the tenant wide, that every company will be complying with the same condition. If you want some deviation, then we can do the same as well. Now, what is the meaning of sequence generator rules? So basically, we know that into the financials, we have lots of transaction which is taking place maybe a day in and day out, specific to a month. So say suppose we have started our company into the Workday Financial ERP in the month of, or in the year of 2004, starting from 2004, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now we know that we have to have incur so many business activities, like we will go to the supplier, we will procure something, and then we'll make the payment. And then similarly, our customer will contact us. We will have a daily business transaction. So how we gonna capture that? So we might have to purchase or procure some assets, journal entries. So many things are happening day in and day out. How we can capture that? So it would be greater if we can have some document number, some journal ID number, something should be there. So if you have seen in our last class, so for demo purpose, I have created few journal entries. So I'll show you the journal entry that I have created, how this journal sequence number have captured that. So in a while, I'll show you that. So basically, if I'll have, so many supplier invoices, the first supplier invoice must have some, identification number. So basically, we are going to identify our journals that is created because of connection with supplier. Some we have procured something from our supplier. Now, out of that event, we also have some journal entries created because of supplier invoice. because of customer invoice, similarly, some manual journal entry. So we might need to have document number for that specific journal entry, or we can say specific number. And that that only gives us the overall calculation of how many journals we have entered so far for supplier, similarly for the customer, similarly for assets, and so on and so forth. So basically we are giving a sequence for every journal entries that has been created. For example, for manual journals, for supplier invoice, we might have for customer invoice, assets, banking, you can name it. For all the financial functional area, we can map our journal sequence. Even for the budgeting, like we do for budgeting, and we are making an amendment to the budgeting, that also require a sequence generator rules. So basically, in the overall context, so journal sequence is, it provides us a gapless sequencing and identifier. So let's begin with the slide. Now, agenda, as I already, given some context, journal sequencing, and how we can create the journal sequence generator. Now, what we're gonna learn is why it is set up. So I've given you the context because we have lots of, financial transaction which might take place day in and day out. Now, how it is fits into the workday, that I'll show you given the example when we create that. Now, what we will have a downstream impact. So basically, if I go ahead and create a supplier invoice, and because of that supplier invoice, we might have some accounting journal created. So we must need to know how many supplier invoices has been created, how it is impacting my one ledger to another ledger, one ledger on the debit side, another ledger on the credit side. Similarly, that ledger will form an overall report of trial balancing. And under the trial balance, I can drill down how many supplier invoice, or for example, customer invoice, how many assets I have procured, and what is the unique identifier that capturing all the transactions. So that is the downstream and upstream effect of the journal sequencing. What security requirement that we need to see, and what business process. So basically, for that we need to look at the now, what is the meaning of business process? So business process means approval metrics in a simple term. Now, let's take one example of journal entries, because I have given all few examples of journal entries. So let's give an example of journal entries. So we have a business process for journal entries, BP colon journal entry event. Now, who can initiate that journal? For example, who can initiate is accountant, and who can approve? We can have some other approval, like accounting manager. So who will initiate? Accountant. And who can approve? Accounting manager. That we are defining in journal business processes. One business process, I have given one example, that is of journal entry. Similarly, we can have business process for supplier invoices, customer invoices, registering the assets, so on and so forth. So business process simply means approval metrics. We can also put some condition under the business process, which you will see later on if you go to the course, ahead. I'll show you some of the business process and some of the steps. So we need to add the steps, and we can put the conditions as well. And basically, it is a sequence, or I would say, what all steps that needs to be there with the condition, with approval authority, so that one cycle of any financial transaction can be completed. Now we have some limitations and something like that, so that we will talk later. Now basically, journal sequencing, as I have given you, it enables a gapless and sequential identifier of the journal. So whether it is journal for supplier invoice, whether a journal for manual entry, customer invoice, registering the assets, creating some bank payment, bank transfer. So journal sequencing enable us to give a unique identifier. And how we can see the journal sequence number, that is in our hand, but we need to comply with certain rules so that we can have a journal sequence number into the place. So we can use some, it will capture some period, it may capture some month, it may capture some unique number as well. We can give the how many digits should be there for a journal sequencing. We can we call it padding. So it can be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and so many things. Now, why journal sequencing is required? So one example I've given is because we have lots of transaction for our reporting purposes, we need to that. But in all the countries, we have applicable financial rules, or we call it accounting journal, accounting provisions or financial reporting framework that says we must have, unique number for every financial transaction. That is one. And another is, any statutory reporting requirement such as SFAT. So SFAT requires to have, bifurcation of all the financial transactions. So basically it assists to the auditors. So financial auditors can go ahead and they can see, okay, these are number of journal entries that have been created. Now let's just check that on the sampling basis. So that enables auditor as well, so that they can go ahead and check whether all the transactions are, correct and truthful as per the applicable accounting standard or not. And then later on, they can go ahead and report to the authorities. So in that sense, journal sequencing plays a critical role. Now, what we can do is either we can, give sequencing start from the period, we can give it for the ledger years, and we can give it independently. The main thing is, so we have, two types of ledger into the workday. One is primary ledger, another is alternate ledger. So we can enable journal sequencing for both. Broadly, most of the clients are doing for the primary ledgers only, but if you want, then you can give for alternate ledger as well, and you can give it for both. So you just need to keep in mind, okay, the format. So you will put something, journal sequence for primary ledger and sub period and something like that, and similarly for alternate ledger. Now, once we start for the journal sequencing, it should be for legal requirement, and we can do it the journal sequencing for ledger periods. So ledger periods. So once I'll do that, you can see we have some options. So ledger period means monthly, and ledger year means throughout the ledger. And continuously, if we click on the checkbox, the continuously, it means it also includes multiple years, but we need to make sure if we are going to select the continuous across multiple years, year should be created. Yeah. So there are some prerequisites because it's a because this is a mature tenant and we have done already configuration. But if you will have a fresh tenant, then you must have ledger year should be there. Ledger should be created. Ledger as in actuals, ledger period, and it should be there. Ledger status, it should be, open, close, or available status. Then only you can go ahead and enable the journal sequencing. So for example, I'm standing in 2025. So if I'm going to use continuous across multiple periods, so I need to make sure that my next year should be up there into the workday, and similarly next to next year. So some years down the line should be created into the workday, so that we can go ahead and use this continuous across multiple periods. So we can, enable the journal sequencing as a tenant wide. And if we want, then we can go ahead and create journal sequencing for my own company. Like for example, so we have a demo company created within the in our workday system, that is Global Modern Services USA. Similarly, we have Global Modern Services Spain, Singapore, Russia, etc., etc., Belgium. So I'll show you one of the example how we can set up for a specific company, or we can borrow from the tenant wide as well. So now, before that, we must need to check for the security, because if you want to enable this journal sequencing, there is a security group, that is user based security group. Now, let me give you a brief about. So user based is basically all the admins role: procurement admin, financial admin, bank admin. These are the security roles into the workday terms that are user based. So, and another we have role based. Now, if you want to enable this for your company, then you must have financial admin user based security enabled for which area? Setup company journal and common financial. So if I'll show you it within the workday screen. If financial admin is not there, so we cannot go ahead and enable the journal sequencing. So I'll show you. Now, yep. Basically, the thing is we can give it a unique journal sequence. A journal ID should be created, so we can see that. Now, once we create for generator, once we create a journal sequencing generator, it can be enabled for company or maybe company hierarchies. Now, if we click on some of the options, I'll show you within the Workday screen. If we like, okay, let me give you. So companies, we can select for company or company hierarchy. Another is replace unused generator. So basically, say suppose we have created a journal sequencing and which is not in use. Now we want to create another journal sequencing. So if we tick on that, so it will be replaced. The new journal sequence generator rule will replace the old one because the old one has no journal entries, nothing like that. So we can replace that and create a continuous sequence generator. So we can do that, but the thing is the next period should be created and this should not be open and we should not have any posted journal. Now, another caveat is you can note it down if you want to. If we have created a journal sequencing generator rule, and somebody has already created a any transaction journal entry or supplier invoice, and then if we can see any sort of journal entry, we cannot disable that journal sequencing. We can go ahead and edit that, but that shall be applicable to the next available period. Okay, so now for the create continuous journal sequencing, so no, we need to make sure three something should be there. One is ledger period should be created, ledger year should be created, and also the status of the ledger period, it should not be open, and we should not have any posted journal for that. Say suppose if somebody has by mistake create a journal sequence and create a journal entry for 2026. Now if you want to create for the continuous sequence generator, then we cannot do that because we have already posted. Now let's see how we can create that. So let's log into the tenant. So this is our tenant. I hope you remember. Once you click on sign in based on your username and password, you can just go ahead and log in. So this is my Workday screen. You can see I have landed for this is a homes menu, search bar. So let's just straight go ahead and try to create a journal sequencing. But before that, we just need to make sure ledger period and ledger year should be there. So how we can check that? We're gonna take some example. So for the ledger period and security, let me show you that. So first of all, we must need to have financial admin into the place. Now, how we gonna see that? So you just need to type domain security policy for functional area. Now, the third one, you can see domain security policies for functional area. Now we are taking this course for which record to report. We call it into the Workday space common financial management. Let's just click on OK. How we so these are the functional area which falls under common financial management. You can see credit card, year end, so many things are there. So we'll come later on. Now for journal sequencing, you can see company accounting. See, financial admin is there. Now for our journal sequencing, we gonna set up under company, that is company journal. Now you can see the company administrator or implementers. So implementers are those are implementing this Workday financial or Workday HCM for you. Like you are a company for ABC Limited. Now implementers, so implementers can be from your service partner or Workday partner or directly from the Workday INC. They will go at there are sort of financial consultant who has expertise to implement the financials. We have so many phases over there, but they have privilege. They can access all related tasks because they need to have everything to put into the place. So implementers you can find everywhere. Now company admin can go ahead and create a journal sequencing. That we need to make sure as a first step. Another step is, so these are so many things. Once you have the login, you can just see. Please do not change until unless you know everything. But you can just see okay how it is work for. So basically, this is the main thing. where you can access the task, domain security policy. Okay. Now we just need to make sure, okay, my ledger should be there, ledger create should be there. So let's just open our company, Global Modern Service USA. We call it GMS USA. We can have so many things over there, but we can see Global Modern Service USA is already there. Now, if I'm gonna go to the related action, I can see, just scroll down, I can see so many things related to the ledger. If I go see, ledger should be created because already ledger is created, but I'll show you how it looks. I'll open into the new tab. See, it is already created, but normally we have to create the ledger. So once we create the ledger, ledger means actual. So company, which company we are going to target, and this will be, helpful for all the financial transaction. Ledger should be there. Once our ledger is there, then only we can capture our, financial transactions. Ledger type is actuals. Now that's why our actual ledger name is Global Modern Service Actuals. Now these are some areas. So commitment and budget date, these are basically using for procurement at the stage of PR. Now you want to deep dive into this course, then you can go ahead and take the course of procurement, and so you will get better understanding about the commitment and obligation. Now I'll just click OK because it was created. You can see we have primary ledger. Yes. Ledger type is actuals. Now default currency is USD because this company is of USA. Now ledger name is this and ledger is this. Similarly, we have make sure okay ledger is there. Now another thing we need to make sure is this. So another option is ledger period. So ledger period is already created. If I'll go ahead and create, then it will show me because it is already created. So fiscal year you can select. Now, if I'm going to search for 2025, it will not appear because see, if you want to create a ledger year and ledger period, you can select your company. Now, fiscal year is like 2025. Once you click there, it should come. Now, why it is not coming? Because we have already created this ledger year and ledger period. Now, just enable before enabling the journal sequencing, you need to make sure that ledger year and ledger period should be there. So just as a checker, you just go ahead into the Workday as a financial admin, company admin, and then you just need to type on the search bar create ledger year and ledger period. On the company tab, you can select your company, and into the physical year, you can select standard 2025, 2026 for any year that you are working that you want to enable the journal sequencing because we have created. So nothing to worry. Another thing is we just need to make sure the status. So for journal sequencing, we must have, three status. It should be close, created, or available status. What I'm saying, let me show you. So if you try for view ledger period status, to enable journal sequencing, we must have, close. So we have not available, but it should be under the available and created status. I just wanted to show you so that you can visualize. So status should be how many types? Closed. So we have like not available, it should be available. And third one is yes, you can repeat on your own. The third one should be created. Now, how we can see created once you try to create a ledger year, ledger period that I've shown you into the earlier task. Now, I just want to make sure, okay, these are the status should be there. But let's just check for our company for demo purposes, GMS USA, what is the actual status of ledger year and ledger period? Now you can just see update ledger period status. So if you want to go ahead with individually, then you can take for the first task. And if you have some knowledge, more knowledge, then you want to change the status for the entire year, you can select for mass update ledger period. Let me show you for this one. Now let's type our company GMS USA. Fiscal period is 25. Let's just check for December. Now book codes, we will cover book codes in upcoming classes. So you can, as of now, just ignore this. I'll help you with that. See, once I click We can see ledger period, all book codes, status is open. Ledger is this, currency is USD, fiscal period is December, and I can see also what is the overall status of this December month. We have some created and something like that. So if you want to go, suppose it is like something else, so you can go ahead and closed and available. You can do that. Okay. So these are the few things that we need to make sure before enabling the journal sequencing. Now, how we gonna enable the journal sequencing? So I'll help you with the journal sequencing, how we can create. So first of all, we need to create a journal sequencing rule. How we gonna create that? Because this is a mature tenant, we have already created the journal sequencing, but if you perform the same task into the plain tenant, you will get it. And I'll show you how it looks like as well. So just go ahead and create. So the first task is create journal sequence rule configuration. Now you can give your configuration name as well, and we have some things available here. Now, just for our purpose, I'm giving demo ZaranTech journal sequence. Now we have given the name book. We can ignore as of now. Let's leave it. Once we go through the class, then you will have a better understanding about the books under the workday. Now we have sequence by accounting date or posting date. What does it mean? Now, if we click on accounting date, then sequence or the unique number will be given based on the accounting date. So whenever we are creating something, we are giving the accounting date, correct? Now, and Workday initiate the sequencing when you have closed your period. Now, once we click on accounting date, okay, see, Workday assign the journal sequence number when you have the close the ledger period. Now, if you have creator journal sequencing and your period is closed as well, later on, you just want to make some edit. So how it gonna take place? So if you want to edit, then changes will be effective once you reopen the period. So for example, you have already created this configuration rule and you have, going ahead with your transactions. Now you want to change a slight change into the same sequence generator rule configuration. How it gonna take place? Say suppose I'm gonna take place for the next year, that is Jan 2026. Now, as of now, my Jan 2026 is under the created status. Okay. So once I just gonna change it, now when I'll come to the Jan 2026, my finance admin or company admin go ahead and open the period. Then whenever I try to create a journal entry or anything related to the journals for which journal sequencing is enabled, like supplier invoice, customer invoice, or anything, then the changes will be take place from 2026 when my status will be changed to created to open. Then you can see that. Now we can go ahead and take that, but we're gonna take on posting date. So what is the meaning of posting date? So whenever we create a journal, or we can see an accounting impact on the posted. So why it is important, and Workday also takes it as default, although it is asterisk. So generally, Workday takes into the consideration the posting date. Why? Because see, you say example, you are trying to create a journal entry on 28th of December. Now you are an accountant, you have already created an accounting entry. So you have created an accounting entry. Now current status is it is in progress because you are an accountant. Now accounting manager should review that, and then once he will review, he will make it approved, and then the status will be changed from in progress to posted. Now once it is posted into the Workday system, then a journal sequence as per our formatting will be captured over there. Okay. So we were creating the journal entry on 28th. Now, say suppose accounting manager was on leave and he has seen, the into his task when he log in on 29th. After that, so many journal entries are created, and we have some other accounting manager. They have, go ahead and approve that on 28th. So although we have initiated our journal entry at the first, but because we have already, posted journal entries, so the sequence number will be given something else. I hope this makes sense, because once it is posted, then the sequence number will be captured. It is not like that. Once you go ahead and create, and it will be under the in progress status, and any number will be captured. So, and Workday also recommends that we should, journal sequence should be captured as per posted status. So once it is posted, then, sequence will be generated and you can see as per your format. Another example, say suppose you have created a journal and it has gone and you have make like, unbalanced journal entry. Debit is something, credit is something, and it is not matching. Like debit is $100 and 0.5, and credit is $100 and 0.04. Now it is not, although system has, approved that. Now we have some imbalance, so it will go for the errors. So because it has gone for the errors, then also it the status is not as posted. So in a nutshell, once it is posted, once you can see the status is posted, then only you can see it is captured. Journal sequencing will be captured. Now, as already explained, continuous ledger period, ledger period. Let's go ahead and for the ledger period. So it will capture for our month wise. Now, default sequence generator rule, the next tab is for all the transactions. If you want to create for all the transactions, then you can go ahead and do that. Now we have another tab is journal sequence code. Now I want to give a code as well. How we can do that? Either we can take it from earlier one or we can create a journal sequencing group. So once I click here, I can give some code like I'm giving, demo underscore journal GL. Name is test. If I click OK, you can see our, journal group code is there. Now I know that I have to create so many journal codes, journal group code. So either I can, go ahead and individually try to create a code over there, create a journal sequencing code, or we have a separate task for this. You just need to search maintain journal code, group code. So see, it has came over here. Now, either I can individually go ahead and create for that. Let's just leave on this page and then we'll continue over there. Now sequencing will start from one. See, the name is also up here. Increment if you want from one to, but we encourage to have from the one. Sequence padding. It is how many digits it should be there for the journal, a unique identifier. Let's just give like 4. Now this is very important. Sequence formatting. Once you leave your cursor, you can see how we need to make it happen for Workday. Now, in the first, if you want to see sequence journal patterns is sequence hyphen next in sequence number. Now, what all valid patterns we have? F is for physical year and number. Double F, if you put like double F under a bracket, then it will capture for physical year. Now, for example, if you put like capital J and L slice bracket F and then hyphen bracket sequence, then it will be created. So let's just create gen hyphen bracket F bracket close, then hyphen bracket sequence bracket close. Then we will see for all the transactions, it will appear like this gen F for physical year number, like 2024, 5, 2027, 2038. If you want to go ahead and put for your physical year as well, or maybe month, how you gonna take that? You just need to make sure hyphen, comma, double F, bracket close. Now it will give you the first F will give you the year, the double F give you the period, like the month. So that is one thing. Now let's just go ahead and now we can also put the generator rule condition as well. Now this is for all the transactions. Okay. I want to create a specific for my accounting journals. Now, for accounting journals, and see, source we have to decide. because we have already created a source. If source will not come here, then you need to, go ahead and search for the task, maintain journal source. Let me show you that. So for a specific transaction types like accounting journal entry, journal source should be there. Now, how are we going to check for journal source? You have to go for the search bar and maintain journal source. Although it is coming for 138 items, say suppose it is nothing there, you just need to go ahead and create a journal source. So I'm going to create a journal source demo journal sequencing underscore test 123. Now it should act as an accounting source. We can cover it for ad hoc transactions. So once you go for P2P courses, you will get to know these things. Now, so I just want to work this source. Just gonna click OK, done. See, it will come. So we have just created demo GNS test. So as of now, we're gonna take for manual journal because we're gonna create a manual journal. So it should appear as well. Now I can pick any journal group code from what we have created, like I'm demo GN. So I'm creating another journal group code demo underscore manual group name journal entry. Okay, click OK. Now, if I go there, it will come all demo manual. Now, see, group name is also come. Sequence start from one, so same pattern. Padding we will give like 4. So what we gonna do is manual because see, general source will capture as a manual. So we want it should come like manual. Now bracket F. This is for number of year number. Similarly, bracket double F. This is for month. Bracket sequence. So if we're gonna put sequence, then sequence will start from because we have taken for 4. Now, whenever we try to create the first journal entry, how gonna it start? You will see manual 2025 or 2026 period that is December and sequence will be 0001. Similarly, if you pass the next one, then you will see the sequence number is manual F, that is number 2025. Double F is for December. You can see DEC as sequence 002 and so on and so forth. Similarly, I want to have it for like, let's just take for assets creation. Now, again, even I can make it from here or I can just go ahead and create from any other things. So assets we call in Workday space fixed assets. Now, either I can create from here or I can create from general sequence code. So let's just create from here only. So I'm gonna give it name for demo underscore fixed assets. I think it's too big. Let's just keep FA. FA means fixed assets. Now under the name we can give for fixed assets. Just click OK. Now you can see fixed assets again. So instead of manual, I'm gonna give fixed assets underscore, not underscore, hyphen F for year, bracket double F for period. That is month, sequence, and this. So this way, if you want to add some more, like, okay, let's add for supplier invoice, supplier invoice. So you have to, if you want to define, then you can define for every areas. Similarly, same, the code should name as supplier invoice SI. Okay, demo underscore SI. Name supplier invoice. Click OK. Okay, I forgot the padding. So that is how many numbers should be there. Please keep in mind if you put 0, then it will start from 1, 2, 3 because we have lots of transactions. So I have seen normally 6, 8, or maybe 10 as well. Generally, I have seen 8. Now, similarly, SI, first bracket for year, second bracket for period, that is month, and sequence. Now, what other types I should add? Just think of it. Accounting journal is there, assets is there, supplier invoice. Okay. Yeah, whatever you think. I'm also thinking the same. Customer invoice, demo underscore customer invoice. It will start from 1. Padding should be 4. Customer invoice CI first for, and you should repeat, then you will for month and then sequence. Let's just click OK. Now you can see I have created sequence generator rule for demo ZaranTech journal sequencing. For all, it is like that, and it is like that. just try to, think about it, and then it will feed into your mind. And once you start practicing and once you try to create your transaction, you can see that. Okay. Now, the thing is, let's just see how actually it looks like we have formed. So let's take one example. So I think we have already created some transactions like manual transactions. Let's just go ahead and create a manual transaction. So this is I've created for demo, but we have already created for GMS USA. I'll show you. So if we search for edit, journal sequencing, rule configuration. So we have so many configurations because this is a mature tenant. We can see that. Now we can also find ours. Now generally GMS USA or other companies are governing by this. So they have made it for all like this. Padding is 2, and they have made it for accounting journal manual, and they have given like this. So I'll show you one journal entry where you can see it should be padding, should be the digit should be 3, and the format should be like manual FPP. Now, what is for PP? So PP is physical period name and sequence. So FF, so you can go ahead and see year name, year number, and something like that. So we have given that. Click OK. Let's just directly create a manual and then I'll show you. Create manual journal. Create journal, simply create journal, and I'll show you how sequencing it. Ledger, we have seen GMS USA. Ledger is there. Okay, GMS USA. Now, why it is not coming? Because Heather doesn't have the access. Now, who is the accountant? So we need to start proxy. So I'll act as some other person. John. No, I think this is the different John. Start proxy. Sorry, I have a bad throat, so please bear with me. John. Yeah, this one. So I have the logged in as John Doe. I'll just go ahead and create journal. I can see the task create journal. Ledger is GMS USA. You can see it is because for this company, John Doe is accountant or something related to the common financial. That's why it is earlier. Heather for Heather it was not coming up. Let's just take accounting date. Now journal source should be manual. We have given that journal source in the journal sequencing. Memo, check. We can put like demo, journal sequencing. Other things you can ignore. We'll cover in detail into the upcoming classes. Broadly, we will cover later 2 journal entries into the next chapter, that is journal entry. Click or continue. Now you can see one is cash, another is you can pay payable 01, 101. Now we just need to make sure that all the mandatory things we just put there. Now you should also, keep in mind your earlier classes purchase item and buyers are coming up. I'm not mixing, but I'm just keep you reminding that. Let's just click submit, and if something is mandatory, then system will show us. But it is done. Now, if you go to the details, let's just notice something. See, journal sequence, how it is appearing. Manual 2025, and the PP period that is December 013, because we have given the padding 13. Now let me help to visualize this, then you will have better understanding. We will take for all journal sequencing generator rule. Okay, okay. We need to just restart because we have start proxy and the session was earlier. No issues. Edit journal sequencing rule configurator. We can all see. For transaction type, accounting journal. Accounting source should be manual journal. Group name we have not given. It should start from 1, then increment should be 1, adding should be 3, manual, F for year, PP for physical period name, and sequence. So let's just compare. Sequence number is manual, slice to 2025, December, and 03. So that is one thing. Now, let me show you the earlier as well, how it was captured. The demo I have given into the earlier classes. Find journal. You just need to go to the search bar and find journal. Let's search for our company, GMS USA, and 2025. Period is December. Click OK. Now, if you just need to see for posted, because what we have taken as a status, posted. If we can take accounting, then it will capture from the accounting date. Now you can visualize. Okay. So let's just take the anything, this one. Now, if you want to observe, then you can see that journal sequencing number was already there. Manual. So that way you can define for. So I have given you for this one. Now, as a task, if you feel confident, then you can go ahead and start for supplier invoice, and then you will see for supplier invoice how it will appear for the accounting. Supplier invoice, FPP, and sequence. Okay. Now, for your own, just check for security, ledger year, ledger period should be there, status should be there, and then log in as an accountant. See, you can go for the company and check who is the accountant, just proxy that, and then try to create a journal entry, and then just give the required work tag, name, cost center, which is mandatory, and then put some debit and credit amount. Also, you need to make sure on the debit side, you just try to put some debit balances. So you must learn into the accounting that, expenses have debit balance by nature. Assets have debit balances, losses have debit balances. Just try to, and similarly for credit, income has credit balance, liability has credit balance, something like that. Just try to put a ledger with the nature of debit on the debit side and credit side, and just click OK, and then complete the process, and you will see a sequence generator will become. That way, you can see, these things. Now, let's go to the next module, that is how we can edit. So I've already shown that. So same, we need to make sure, because now we are going to just edit. We can edit, but we just need to make sure the edit will take place into the effective from the next period, and period should be, it should be created. And once we reopen the next period, then edit will take place. Okay. So this is sequence by we can already seen accounting date, posting date. You can go ahead and read that book. I have already shown you into the Workday screen transaction type. I have captured for accounting and supplier invoice. Similarly, we gonna. So I'll show you how we can edit that padding. So this we can see physical year, physical name, PP for physical period, insert, and then we can see the sequencing result. So they have given you one example. I think we have already covered the example. Supplier invoice we have already covered. So this is for this one. Let's just try to, and the next topic is enable journal sequencing for a company. So I'll show you this task, but let me go through the slides. So we just need to search for journal sequencing for a company, and then I'll show you. So once we set up that, then we can see for a specific company, our setup, our formatting will appear. Again, we just need to make sure it should be under the available, created, and closed status. Security, if we go to the domain security policy for the functional area, under the functional area, you need to type common financial management. And under the common financial management that I've shown you, company journal, company admin or financial admin should be there. Then only you can go ahead and perform these tasks. Once we enable for a journal sequencing, it only affects the actual ledgers, and we can apply or define the sequence for generator rules and conditions. So we have already seen we have created a condition for accounting entries and as well as supplier invoice. Now I'll show you for something else as well. These are the same thing. You can just go ahead and with that. So we have some caveats here. I just want to just make sure that it should be covered. Now I have already given this caveat. Once you enable for journal sequencing for a specific company, we can disable it. No issues. We can delete also. But the thing is, there should not be any ID used, or we have deleted all the ID generators. How we can access that? Mass delete journal sequencing. But we just need to make sure that any ID or any transaction should not be created. Then we can go ahead and delete that. And other things, I just need to make sure that slide is ended. But as a, if you want, then you can note it down. Once we go ahead and edit that, this topic, editing sequence generator, we just need to make sure, let me log into the Workday, cancel, I'll show you. Once we want to edit, so we need to access the task, edit, journal sequence generator rule condition. Now let's go ahead and edit for our company, that we have created, click OK. Now, earlier I have not used for, FF. Let's just put PP as well. So I want to make sure, period should be appear as well. So similarly, see, I'm putting that, and because I have not created any transaction for this one by using this rule, that's why I can go ahead and edit. Say suppose I have already created this rule and I want to make the edit. Now, when it will be take place, it will take place for the next open period. Open period. Okay, bracket PP bracket close. Similarly for so that way I can go ahead and edit the existing rule. Okay, this bracket. And apart from this, I want to add some few transactions as well. So let's just create for anything like ad hoc bank transactions, ad hoc bank transactions. Group name I'm not giving, but just I'll just click OK. Sorry, scroll to the left rightwards. Four. So ad hoc F. See that much detail you can capture. Now I want to add something for the assets creation. Let's try to create for asset disposable. Dispose means we are selling the assets. Now for assets, I know that we have limited number of assets. Let's just skip two only. Okay, dispose, or we can say sell asset bracket pp and sequence bracket sequence. So that way you can go ahead and edit that. Now we have what we have done so far. We have make and edit. So what all things we can do for edit journal sequence? We can either edit the existing one. I have make and edit for I had putting extra like pp. I can add, or I can also go ahead and edit. Now, I just want to make sure, I don't want to say this, I don't want to have this. I can also delete. Okay. So this is the main thing. Another thing we can configure the period should be, so you just need to keep why I'm repeating again because this is very important. Created closer, not available status. And like we have already created a journal entry. Now if I do the editing, so will editing and the post editing, the effect will take place to my existing journal? No. So once you do some editing, like I have given some editing to the accounting journal, I have put like pp. So sorry, it will not take place for the existing journal because it is already posted. Now, once we enable that, we cannot turn off the journal sequencing for a company once a single transaction is used. I have already told you. Now, another thing is we can define for so many transaction types where just adding a button, we can define for these many transaction types. We can define our sequence generator rule for everything. Supplier contract, supplier amendment, we can define that. Now we can edit the sequence generator at any time. Only the thing is, it will be take place once the next period is into the reopen. Now, if Workday has assigned, another caveat is journal sequence number to a managed journal, we cannot change the journal source as well. Now, if I have created accounting journal. Now I want to create a journal source for accounting journal. No, we cannot do that. I need to do is I need to go for accounting journal, and then I want to capture for any other journal source. Then I have to, add a line that add another line. So I cannot, you know, change the existing one because we have already posted a transaction. Now, when we can delete that, if any sequence generator is not in use. Another thing is we have not posted any journal entry for that period. Then we can go ahead and delete that. And another thing is, last thing is, we have not posted any journal for the subsequent years. Like I'm standing in 2025 and there was some transaction that I need to pass for next year, that 2026. Sorry, I cannot go ahead and delete that. So these are the things that you need to keep in mind. If you want to just, keep in mind, you can just go to the little behind and you can just, make a note all of this in which conditions we can go ahead and edit this sequence generator. Okay, now I have already shown you. Let's just click cancel. Now let's just try to capture the last thing, how we can capture. So the last one is enable journal sequencing. If I'm going to create journal sequencing generator. Now see the third slide, companies. I can pick for companies a company hierarchy because we have already given that. So let's just take this demo one, TCS USA. if I check on this, which means if I just click on replace one, what it will, take. So once I check this, it means existing sequence ID that haven't used any sequence ID generator, then we can go ahead and check that, which means the earlier created will be replaced with a new one. Okay. And the if I click on this one, which means it will be used for the throughout the years. Let's just create this one because we have seen already this one. See, this is already created. Once you click OK, we can see it is already in place. Similarly, let's just create for another company. So we cannot, make a change. What we can do is, because these are already created, so we can just go ahead and edit that. But simply if you want to create, you just need to pick your company. Once you click OK, then it will appear like this and your window will appear like this. Let's take our example. So because this task is not coming up, but once you enable to do for the first time, once you click on that, your you know your UI will be like this, and then you can go ahead and define your rules. So that way we have covered for, all three topics, how we can create a journal sequence rule. We just need to make sure, some functional area like common financial as a security person, company administrator, because this is a, user group, they can go ahead and maintain that. Under which common financial area, and under that set up company journal. That is first thing. Another thing is ledger should be there, and ledger year should be there. Now we can go ahead and define our, how the syntax, but syntax we need to just make sure we can put some name and then hyphen bracket, first F for your year, and then double F for name, the year number, first F, and then double F for year number name, and PP for period, that is for month, and then sequence for sequencing. Now padding is very important. Once we put like padding 3, then the digit will be like 003, or otherwise if you like put 8, then it will be like 0000001. So 7 times 0 and 1, and then sequence. So sequence will be started. That is there. Now let me show you how we can see for entire tenant base, or maybe, for our company. So let's just search for our company, GMS USA. I'll show you how we can see for our company like GMS USA. Okay. So GMS USA. So I have already shown you we can, do these things by accessing the task, but we have another way as well. Let's go for our company, GMS USA. This is our company. Let's open our company. Once you click on the company name, you can see view as of trade and type is company. We can see member, details, roles, and security group. Now, how we can see the roles here? Accountant is John D. Rajshekar Ansam. We can see all the roles that has been assigned to this company. Now, let's just go to the related action. Onto the related action, we can see so many things. Let's go for the company, and under the company, we can see if you want to see the accounting details, you can see, go ahead and see that, because accounting details are crucial. And for sequence ID, we will go for company ID. See, we can see default tenant is customer contract, okay, customer invoice. So we have already created, and this company is already taken from the default tenant. So that way I can see for all the areas, that is default generator, customer invoice, supplier invoice, customer refund. Now what I want to do, I want to make some changes. How I can do that? You can see some action is coming up, and then it has came on up. You can just open the definition, and then you can see. So this is coming in a different format, but the purpose is the same. Sequence name, customer invoice number, increment over 1, padding is 0. So what we can padding 2, 1, 2, but I'm just keeping 0, which means it will start for 0, 1. Click on OK. Similarly, customer refund. See, you can see the arrow. Once you click that, it will open in a new window. And once it will open, you can just go to the related action. You can go ahead and make an edit. Let me go through with all the things. Journal ID, requisition ID, purchase order. So this will be covered under the procure P2P, procure to pay. Receipt ID, spend authorization. This will be covered in expense module, expense report, supplier contract ID, settlement that is related to the banking, pre-note, again banking, accrual, we can see for all. Now, this is tenant wide. Now, what is company specific? So we have created company specific GMS USA, this one. Okay. You can see all the area. Now, I have shown you already there, but let me give you just for your understanding. We can go ahead and create a specific for budget amendment. Let's just see that. Okay. Now, how we gonna, pick into the place? Sequence name, we gonna budget amendment. I'm just taking one random example how we can do that from this screen. Budget amendment. I'm sequence by one. Padding, let's see, two. Now sequence formatting, I'm gonna put is budget amendment hyphen 2025. You can put F as well, but I'm giving the direct because I know that. And 01. Once I click OK, if this format is nice, then it will show here. Because I'm giving the one, so it is giving me the alert. See, this will be rigid. So what I'm gonna do is just put bracket sequence so that it will go. So intentionally I have put it wrong way. Now once you click like this and restart frequency, you can just leave as it is, nothing to change. You can see the example as well. BA budget amendment 2025 and 01. Because we have put the sequence, once we do the amendment to our existing budget for the first time, then the sequence generator will be captured like BA 2025-01. If we'll go ahead and do the amendment for the second time, 02, 02, 03, so on and so forth. Whenever we do some budget amendment, then this will come. If I'm going to click OK, this will be a company specific, and you can scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Okay. Okay. This is under company specific. Let's see budget amendment. If you want to change, then you can do that. So either you can access by task, or either you can go to the edit company definition. Then you can also go ahead and do that. These are some journal sequencing. So we have taken from GMS USA from all sequence generator. Now what we can do is we can go ahead and take from our as well. Where was that? Demo ZaranTech. So what it will happen? It will take from our format. Which format? Click on all, demo ZaranTech, click OK. So all the journals, it will appear like this. Customer invoice, it will appear like this. CI. So what if I just go ahead and try to create one journal entry, then it will appear like this. Okay. And we can, let me show you so that you will have, that is fine. But let's just, do not change this setting because so many people are using this tenant. So let's just create all gapless. So we have gapless as well. But gapless is, we have not created any sequence generator. And I want to have gapless, then we can go ahead and test that. None of our client has taken that. Let's leave it this is something else. So basically, we can independently create a sequence generator and you can use under this one. You can create a company specific. Otherwise, we're going to take the default, tenant wide. That way you can see for your company. And that brings us to the end of this session. So what we have learned, how we can create a journal sequence independently, and we can make it happen in our company. And what all the things that we need to keep in mind, ledger year should be there, ledger period should be there. There are some syntax, there are some, a specific condition as per the Workday that we need to keep in mind while defining the syntax of the journal sequencing. And I've shown you how once we create that, how it is capturing that. It will be captured once it is posted, and that is Workday default. There are some caveats I've already given, like, it should be the ledger period status. We can take it from posting date, accounting date. We can, we can see the status as well. If the status is changed, we can go ahead and update the status as well, update ledger year status. But the ultra important thing is you need to just keep in mind the role and the security. These all tasks can be performed by the company administrator. And because why I'm showing you, because this is ultra important. So we just need to make sure domain security policies for functional area. That's why at the end of the session, I'm just showing you this is common. And under this one, we have lots of things, but setup company, under the setup company journal, you can see company admin is there. That's why we were able to perform this task. Now, if you want to learn for more about the company, you can directly go to the YouTube channel of ZaranTech and you can see the entire session of securities. Then you will have better understanding about the securities. Okay. Now we have learned so far under journal sequencing because this is highly interlinked with the journal entries. So into the first module, we have covered custom validation, work tag usage, related work tag. Into the second module, we have enabled the journal sequencing because journal sequencing is highly interlinked with the journal entries. So now we're gonna take for journal entries, how we can create the journal because I've already shown you, but I'm gonna define some other fields, how it is, the whole mechanism, how it is functioning within the workday. Is there any other tool whether we can put, lots of journal entries at the same time? Yes, we do have that. We call it EIB, workday training for financial common statement, or we call it, record to report. So let's begin with this training ahead. So far, so good. What we have learned is what we have learned so far is data integrity tools, where we have, basically touched upon how we can configure the custom validation and then work tag usage. So basically work tag usage for every kind of, financial transaction, whether it is journal entry, supplier invoice, customer invoice, and, registering assets, making a bank payment. So, and some all other areas for the financials, you can configure the worktag usage. And then we have seen worktag related worktag usage. So that we have seen so far. Second one, we have seen journal sequencing. Journal sequencing is just a gapless document number. So what we have seen is in our practice, once we create anything, any financial transaction like supplier invoice, customer invoice, even registering assets or creating a manual journal, we can see a type of a syntax given by us will be capturing all, each kind of transaction with a number. Of course, we need to keep in mind the syntax as well. Now, third one, we are going ahead with the accounting journal. Now, accounting journal means any journal which is related to the accounting. So it can be either we can do it in manually or we can upload it into the bulk. So to upload into the bulk, we have a separate Excel based enabled tool. So I'll show you when we go further. And this is the main agenda of the topic. So we are going to learn how to create an accounting journal, although we have seen in our past classes as well. But I'll go more deeper this side for the accounting journal, and then how we can upload a bulk accounting journals, and what is the practical case scenario where we need to actually load bulk accounting journals. So that we are going to see. Now this is our third module, that is accounting journal. Let's begin. So now let's directly jump to the slides. So since we are going to cover the accounting journal, so we are not going to directly jump to the how we can create an accounting journal, although I have told you that it's a very pretty simple task. You just need to go to the search bar and then look for the create accounting journal, and then it will appear. We have already seen into the past classes as well. But the thing is, you need to keep in mind the roles and security and also business processes. So roles, why? Accounting journal is generally, created by the accountant, and it is approved by either accounting manager, a controller, as the case may be. And of course, you have seen in your practical life as well. Now, we can either do accounting journal, as per our role by manually or bulk upload that we are going to see. But before that, we need to make sure, so many things should be there as a prerequisite on a company level, on a tenant-wide level. Tenant means on a ERP level. That I'll show you in a while. And also, if something is missing on the either side, like debit or credit is missing, what will happen to the system? And do we also how we can configure the suspense account as well, that we are going to see now. As I have already given the context, so our agenda is how we can create accounting journal. Now, while creating the accounting journal, we can also try to put some controls. So if we are going to create a journal, so we can either put the control on a certain type of journals, like we can put some control on the cash accounts, we can put control on furniture, any account you name it, so we can control. Now how we going to do that, that I'll show you in a while. Basically, we are going to put a condition onto the BP, business process of accounting journal event, that this is the control accounts that we have mentioned, like cash, for example. For cash, we will give a threshold like 1,000. And if above the 1,000, anybody like an accountant wants to create an accounting journal, approval should be, follow. So if anybody will try to pass and create an accounting journal below the threshold, then system will, go as smooth. Otherwise, if it will cross the threshold, and threshold, of course, we can define. So I'm, for example, taking 1,000. If it is go beyond, then a certain approval shall be followed. Like controller, accountant will pass of using cash on the debit side of 1,000, more than $1,000. Suppose I'm passing for the GMS USA, then it will go for the approval, and we will see how it will go for the approval. Similarly, how we can, the second agenda would be how we can create a journal and how we can create a reversal. So reversal, whenever we try to create a journal, so we can either choose to create a reversal of that particular journal entry as well. So we can give the reversal date, otherwise it will take a default you know date which is open. So basically, if I'm standing at January 2026, if I click on the reversal option, so what it will do, either it will look for reversal date, which I have already mentioned while creating the journal. Otherwise, it will look for the next available open period. Say, suppose Feb 2026 is closed, then it will see, okay, the period is open for March. Then the March will come, it will, reversal will be created. Now, when a reversal is generally a provision entry, we know that we are provisioning into this month, and then next month we are going to pay. So this is sort of these things. That's why a reversal is created. Now the third point would be how we can create an EIB. So basically, EIB is an external tool that we call is enterprise interface builder. Now we call it as an integration as well. So basically, it is an Excel based tool. We call it EIB. So it is an interface with Workday system and our Excel, external attachment. So we need to populate certain things, like, if I want to create a journal, you can also assume that, company should be there, period should be there, which GL I want to hit, that should be there. If I am targeting any work tag, so work tag should be there. So these kind of, details that we need to put in to the template, and the template will be also created within the workday. So the first step would be we will create an empty template, and then we'll put the data which is required as per the workday, and then we'll try to attach created template to the workday, and then workday will verify. Once it will find, okay, I have found period and company and into the system, it will verify, and then uh, it will be posted and we can see the result as well. I'll show you. Now, the fourth, the last agenda would be, how we can use the adjustment. So adjustment to the operational transaction, or if anything is missing into our normal journal entry, how we can use a suspense account. So you have already seen while closing the books, if we are finding, a debit amount is like 1 lakh and something dollar, and credit is only plain 1 lakh and something like, $29 or $829 is pending. So what we are generally doing, we are creating a suspense account and then we are putting that, and then later on when we find the invoice or any linkage why the 849 or 829 is not matching with the debit or credit on the either side, so we are clearing the suspense account. So Workday also gives us the flexibility. We can create a suspense account and then we can accordingly proceed with it. So this is the main agenda of the topic. But broadly, we are going to see how we can create a journal manually, how we can create a journal through EIB. EIB means we need to populate an template, and then we need to fill certain details into those template. We need to how we can upload a given template into the Workday system, and then how we can see the entire process and what should be the roles. So we need to keep in mind every time security and the roles. What should be the roles that should be there to perform this kind of task? So generally, broadly, if I'll take an example of this entire session, broadly, there shall be an accountant for the entry. So generally, an accountant would do, a accounting journal entry, and then, trying to upload the so many journal lines at the same time. Accountant would do that, and accounting manager or controller would approve that. And if I take an example of control accounts, so control accounts is similar. Accountant would create an accounting journal entry. Once it will cross the threshold, and threshold we will also provide into the system, then it will go for the approval to accounting manager or controller. And to whom the approval should be going, we can also define in the business process of accounting journal. So I'll show you. Let me go through the slide. So the first one is how we can create the control account rule set. So I'll show you. Basically, before that, we need to make sure account check should be there, and configuration of accounting journal business process should be there. Security policy should be updated. That we need to see. So, and whenever we see a area, so security setup should be, it should be from common financial management functional area. Now, so I have already covered the context is account control rule set when we are populating a basic approval threshold like 1000 for the cash account. So, and then accountant will pass an entry under the 1000, then it will simply allow the system. Otherwise, it will go for the approval. So we can define the threshold, and then once it is exceeded, then it will go for the. So I'll come to the how we can control, how we can create the control account in a while, but let me skip to this thing. And then another thing is how we can create the ledger accounts. So you can just, ignore these things as well. As of now, segment-based security, I'll cover it later. But normally how we can control the ledger account, I'll show you how we can create different ledger. So in other ERPs or into the Workday, while we were going through the earlier classes, you have seen some kind of GLs were coming, 1000 for cash, 2000 for payable, and some other things. So how actually we are going to create those accounts, and how we can give them the type. So I'll show you. You can just as of now skip this thing. I'll show you. And similarly, like you can create an account, and also within the Workday you can create ledger account summaries. So how we are going to create the ledger account summaries? So basically ledger account summaries are a bunch or a hierarchy or roll up. So basically Let me give you an example. I'll have, basic pay as one GL, HRA as another GL, and flexible as another GL. Like basic for GL, I'm just giving a hypothetical name. The basic pay GL is 4 times 1. HRA is 3 times 1, and at the end 2. So triple one, 2. It will be my, let me show you into the Excel sheet. Then it will give you one. So ledger account summary. Show you how we can see into the workdays, but GL or ledger. For one is basic, and is my HRA. So these are different ledgers. Flexible, bonus, overtime pay. Now you can see these are some GLs. I want to create an GL summary. So I can create a GL summary of salary, compensation. Now, what will happen? This salary compensation would be part of this. So we can call it, these are individual ledger accounts, and ledger account summary would be salary compensation. So basically, these four ledger accounts will be these four ledger accounts will be roll up to this salary compensation. And similarly, suppose we have salary compensation, and another GL would be, um, overheads. And we have multiple GLs. Suppose you just need to suppose we have multiple GLs under overheads. Now, this salary compensation overhead similarly come like, other expense. So these are ledger account summaries, salary compensation, overhead, and other expense. Suppose we have, just assume we have few more GL under other expense. Now we will create another, GL summary of including these, and we will just name it, you know, direct expense. So direct expense would be my another GL summary. So these GL will roll up to this salary compensation, and these two will roll up to overheads. Some other few will roll up to the other expense, and these and so many like these will roll up to the direct expense, and this would be my another ledger account summary. Now, why we are using that? So first of all, if we want to consolidate something, or we want to create a ledger account summary hierarchy, then we would need that. Ultimately, the purpose is reporting, because we just want to have a greater reporting. So we would be needing that. Basically, because of the reporting, we would require to have, GL and then GL summaries, then another GL summaries and ultimate GL summaries. So ultimately, what would happen? GL summary will be all the GL summary of, you know, uh, like, let me just P&L item, profit and loss, And another GL summary you could see similar to the balance sheet item. So in profit item, you could see, revenue and sales, revenue and expenses. Balance sheet item would be, some debtors, receivables, sorry, debtors, receivables, prepaid, prepaid, outstanding. I hope you have heard all of this. Furniture, some fixed assets, current assets, and liability is capital. So these would be my balance sheet items. So you could see, these are also GL summaries. So this is meant for the reporting. So I'll show you how we can create this. Now, alternate ledger account. So first I'll show you to how we can set up the ledger account. Now we have another option of alternate ledger accounts as well. Alternate ledger accounts is just, it is it is another number. So say suppose you are migrating from your legacy system. Earlier you were using SAP. As in the SAP you had one GL name of basic salary is like 0101, something like that. And then into the Workday you are just simply using 6 digit, like uh 5 times 1 and 5 at the last 6 digit. So you just want to further reference all the GL code of the legacy system of SAP. So you can put into the alternate ledger account set as well. That so that once you just migrate, you can, it will be easy to map you as well. So this is one purpose. We have another purpose as well to set up alternate ledger account set. Show you. So now this is the ledger account, basically, mapping. We can create account types of, balance sheet item that I have already shown you, of assets in the nature of liability, equity, and two types of under the income statement, or we also call it profit and line, profit and loss statement. One is income type and another is expense type. Under the income, we have, revenue items, like what is your source of, generating revenue. Another would be expense. It could be direct or indirect. And how we can create that using the account set. I'll show you how we can create that. Now, this same details account summary is the just roll up some sort of account that I have already shown you into the Excel sheet. It will be rolling up to the another GL summaries. You can just go to the slides. So before creating accounting journal, we need to make sure that the accounting structure should be set up. You want to create an alternate ledger account, then you can do that. Ledger should be there, period should be open, role should be provided, then our journal source would be there. So what we have used so far is manual journal source. So what I'll show you what other journal source it could be, and we need to also take care of the business process. So if you want to create an accounting journal, you have business process or accounting journal. You want to create an supplier invoice, you must have business process of supplier invoice. So basically, what is a business process? So business process is a approval of the metrics of the approvals. So in the journal entry, suppose you have implemented a control account rule set. uh, for 1000 cash, 1000 is the GL code. For cash, we are mentioning 1000. Above that, if anybody wants to create an accounting journal, then what will happen? It will go for the approval to the controller. How and where we can set that? We will set this entire thing into the business process of accounting journal event. Similarly, if you want to put some condition on creating the supplier invoice, where you gonna do that? You gonna search for BP supplier invoice event, and then you can make the condition. Basically, approval metrics we're defining into the business processes. Similarly, you will have business process for customer invoice. Similarly, you will have business process for registering the asset. So forth and so forth. You just go to the search bar and type BP semicolon journal event supplier invoice. I'll show you. So these are the things that we need to keep in mind. Now, where generally we are creating the accounting journal, I want to create some accrued expenses, then we can create that. I want to create some prepaid, I can do that. If I want to create a depreciation, then I can do that. Any month end adjustment, any translation. So suppose your functional currency is dollar, but your reporting currency is into the INR. Now you can see at the end of the month, you need to, you know, translate or adjust some currency markup. How you gonna do that? You're gonna just take the same accounts and you gonna create a manual journal entry. So if I give you one example, while creating the accounting journal, while passing the transaction, the exchange rate between dollar and INR was 81, and at the end of the month, it became 82.5. So what you're gonna do is the difference is 82.5 to 81. That is 1.5. So you're gonna pick the same ledger accounts on the debit and credit side, and you're gonna pass an manual journal entry by 1.5 multiply by quantity or etc. So in that sense, we need to create an accounting journal. So I'll show you how we can create the accounting journal and how we can create the recurring accounting journal as well. And now, what is the meaning of recurring accounting journal? So basically, I know that I'm paying a rent for a certain premises, or I'm paying my mobile expenses or internet expenses for next 6 months, or I'm going to pay for next 12 months. That is for sure. That is also $1,000. So either I can go ahead and create an accounting journal by manually every month, or what I can do is I can just create a template, and then I can define my you know frequency, like monthly, quarterly, and annually. That this the recurring journal, it should be automatically created, or at least template should be there, and every month I'll just go there and I'll just create an accounting. I just need to create a related action, and then I just need to create accounting journal. So basically we're defining the template. And if you can just try to find out the meaning of this recurring accounting journal, any accounting journal that we are creating frequently, monthly, manually, we will just create a template, and then recurrence or occurrence of every month will be already posted, or at least template would be there. We just click, we'll just do one click and it will be posted every month. So basically for rent, any AMC, internet charges that we are paying, $1,000 every month rent to, the entry would be similarly, rent to cash. So we will just define a template, rent to cash of 1,000 every month. We will define the frequency as well. Template would be created, and every month, first or maybe the second, first of you know first of first day of every month, an accounting will be created. That is recurring recurring accounting journal. Similarly, we have another, how we can create cash basis accounting. So basically, cash basis is you're procuring the good and you're giving the cash. So cash basis means either of the side, cash ledger account should be used. Either you're using on the debit side, so debit means you're receiving the cash, or credit means you're giving the cash. So basically, if you're procuring something, like you're procuring a charger, laptop charger, so what should be the journal entry? It should be charger account debit to cash. So how we can, so it is pretty simple. But of course, since this is cash basis accounting, if we have put some control based accounting, then we need to keep in mind above the threshold, it will go for the certain approvals. Now, how we gonna upload the bulk upload? So we're gonna use EIB. We call it Enterprise Interface Builder. It is kind of integration. So the template would be created within the Workday. The template will be out, and it is Excel based. We need to populate certain information. After careful consideration, it should, and then that thing will be talk to the Workday system, and then my journal entry would be posted within the Workday. So we need to keep in mind certain things. I'll show you business process we need to mind. So I'll show you the all the tables and the columns, and then how we can fill it, and then how we can upload it, and how after uploading, how it looks like within the Workday system. Suspense account, if so basically suspense account when we are using, so suspense account, say suppose any journal is unbalanced, or either on the debit side or credit side, one ledger account is missing, or maybe you just remember the earlier session, you have configured and work tag usage, and some work tag is missing. Say suppose on the debit side cost center is there, but on the credit side by any chance cost center is missing, then we're going to use the suspense account. Adjustment is at the when we are approaching to the period, or there is a slight change in the terms and conditions, so we are creating an adjustment. For example, I have procured some goods from my supplier of 10 quantity. Now, what we have decided within the deal, that the per unit rate would be 11, but by any mistaken or by any mistake, he has, given me the same goods of 10 quantity, but the rate was 12. So since I have received that, so I'll just create you know, uh, an adjustment to these supplier invoices. So these kind of things we gonna do as an adjustment journal. So let me just, you can go through the slides. Let me show you how we gonna see all these things within the Workday. So let's directly jump to the Workday. So this is our landing page. You just need to create an username and password, and then but just before that, let me just help you to give you more context to Workday ecosystem. So basically, we are learning about the journal entries, right? Now, when we are thinking of the journal entries, you must be thinking that all the journal entries should be created all the time by us. Like in a typical ERP system or in a typical business, we can see lots of journals, like 10,000 or maybe a million, or you know uh, depending on the size and the quantum of the business transactions. We can have 10,000 in a day, 1 lakh in a day, you know 1 crore even in a day. So are we going to create that manually? No. Basically, in the Workday system, Workday automatically generates accounting for operational transaction. Now, what is the meaning of operation transaction? So basically, you are doing the operations, and in the operations, you are purchasing some goods, you are selling some goods, you are procuring some assets, you are selling some assets, you are taking on leases, you are creating. Now, once you are procuring the goods, which means you are creating the supplier invoice within the Workday ecosystem. You are selling the goods, which means you are creating the customer invoice within the Workday ecosystem. You are procuring assets, which means you are procuring the business assets, which means you are creating supplier contract. Okay. Similarly, your employee is expending something. So he is creating expense report. You got my point. So once we create either supplier invoice, once we create as customer invoice, once we register any assets, once we create any expense report, then in the background, we will mention something into these things. Like while creating the supplier invoice, we will mention spend category. Now, what is the meaning of spend category? So spend category is, it is a category which will be tagged to some GL. I'll show you where it is tagged. So which is tagged. So while creating the supplier invoice, I have one option. I'll just mention my spend category. So say suppose I'm mentioning one spend category, artwork. Now I'll show you the artwork, or maybe other spend category will be tagged to certain GLs. Now once I just mention the spend category, then after creating the supplier invoice, because of that spend category is mapped to the certain GL, a certain GL will hit into the background. Because the certain GL will hit into the background, and journal entry would be automatically created. Debit side will be created, credit side will be created. So similarly for the customer accounts, you will create an customer invoice. You will just mention revenue category. It is similar like to the spend category. While creating the customer invoice, you will just mention the revenue category. Once you just mention the revenue category, see, revenue category. See, revenue categories. Once you will mention the revenue categories, it will, by account posting rule set, it will hit some GL because we have mapped some GL to these revenue categories. Okay, like advance, it will be tagged to some GL. So some GL will hit, and then my accounting will be auto created. So basically, within the Workday system, 90% are what we have seen so far. 90% are operation journals. It is created in the background, and in other ERP world, you will create a subledger, and then basically you will create a subledger, and then some GL will be hit, and accounting will be auto created into the background. But 10% we need to create some accounting journal, like I have showed you. Any translation gap, any adjustment you're doing, any intercompany we will cover in the upcoming session. Any intercompany transaction that you're doing. Intercompany means you know uh, same child of two different child of same parent are doing some sort of transaction, selling, purchasing, or transferring of the asset. Then we need to create an intercompany transaction. Similarly, uh, realize currency gain or loss, and retained earning. Anything is which is impacting my retained earning. Now, retained earning is what? It is my general reserve kind of thing. So, if you have some knowledge about the accounting, you must have known that. If you are not, then it is pretty simple. Once I create some transaction, you would get to know that. Basically, retained earning is my journal or reserves, which is after my profit and loss. So whatever I earn through the profit and loss, and I want to save those, you know, remaining profit. I'm not, dividing to my shareholder. I'm not giving as a dividend. So that portion I'm retaining. That's why we called it retained earning. It is kind of reserve. So basically 90%, as I said, is operation journal. 10% we are generally putting the accounting journal. So now operation journal is hit through the account posting rule set. Into the account posting rule set, generally we are mentioning spend category, revenue category. Sometimes it is, expense item as well. Now you want to deep dive into these more more into these courses. You can take out and, the courses for the supplier that P2P, procure to pay. On the customer side, that is, contract to cash. On the asset side, what should be happening, to how we can procure the asset, that is business assets, trainings. That will be great helpful because we call it a different module. Now, because 90% is through the operation journal, let me show you. So what we're gonna do is create supplier invoice. So I'm just giving you one example how. So we'll just fill some company GMS USA. I'm not gonna pass it. I just wanted to show you that 90% is coming up. Payment terms, I'm putting anything. Now on the line level, you can see my company. Scroll to the rightwards, you can see the spend category. So let's see some spend category. Okay, let's take one example. PT tables, and I'm gonna put these things quantity unit measure, so you can learn these things into the P2P session. But I'm just showing you. See, I'm gonna fill this one, and you cannot see any GL into the line level or header level. But once I filled all this information, an accounting would be created. Now, how it is going to be created, I'll show you how. So, view accounting account posting rule set. So, see, account posting rule set, how the posting will happen to my normal corporate. How am I posting gonna happen? So you can see so many things over there, but let me show you one spend. So see, I have just mentioned office chairs onto the spend category, or maybe PT tables. Okay, let me PT office chairs. So suppose I have mentioned PT office chairs. Since I have mentioned this one, once I fill all the information, I just click on submit. What it will do, it will just, because we have mentioned PT is office chair, that is a spend category. Now company we have also mentioned, say suppose I'm passing for these companies, this GL will hit, and our journal entry would be created. This is one example of operation journal. Similarly, but just keep in mind that, because this is related to the supplier, the AP team will take care. And similarly, for the customer side, AR team will take care. Similarly, AR team will, what they will do, create customer invoice. They will mention some company. I'm just taking the first one. And they will mention either sales item or revenue category. Let's just discount, like they will put like consulting service. So once they will, similarly, they will put revenue category, because and revenue category is mapped to some GL like spend. It will hit some GL, and then an accounting will be created. So similarly, if anybody is going to register an asset, see register assets. So what they will do is they will just mention the spend category. As I show you, they will mention some spend category and then spend category will be tagged to some GL. Accounting would be auto created. So 90% of these kinds of transactions are happening in a normal day-to-day transaction that what I have seen so far. But 10% we need to create intentional, like any adjustment or intercompany or currency gain or loss. So generally 90% are happening through the operation journal. And how it is happening? Because through a mechanism that we call it account posting rule set. And how we're gonna fix this account posting rule set? So these are the things that is covered under the chart of accounts. We call it foundation data model into the Workday system. So basically, a guy who is certified in foundation data model and he also understands chart of accounts. So he gonna create that and he will do the mapping. Now, the basic thing is how we gonna create a GL because you know uh, we need to must we need to know how we create the journal and then we'll see how we're gonna create journal entry and how it will impact my trial balance or balance sheet item. But before that, I'll always tell you within the entire Workday ecosystem, you need to keep in mind the security rules. So basically, finance admin can do all these things. Finance admin means a user based security group. They can create and maintain all the financial setup. So you can see security group, see view security group, financial admin. So the person who is financial admin can do these kind of tasks. Okay. See, these are the permission. Organization they can set up, work tag they can set up, custom work tag they can set up, accounts they can set up, currency rates they can set up. They can do, so many things. We have tons of list. So they can set up these things. So you just need to keep in mind that the person who is doing this setup must have the access of and admin means user base and it has unconstrained. Nobody will stop them. So you can just go to the details like ledger, general sources, these kind of things. Who will do that? Finance admin. Now, the second layer would be controller. And controller is a role based security group. So this is user based security group and controller is a role based security group. So controller is what controller is generally doing. You must have seen that financial, they're just taking care of financial spend management and controller is also approval authority. Now third one is security group is accountant is also in role based security group. Accounting is generally performing the accounting functions. Now again I'll show you how we can set the security. So you just need to find domain security policy or functional area. Now if you want to learn about more about this thing, how we can set up the security, what is the meaning, how we gonna set up, who can set up, you will get to the know into the entire details. But just to as of now, financial common financial management under we can see that company, under the company accounting and company journal. So you can see company administrator is there, implementers will be always there. Financial accounting we can see accounting rules, who can define the accounting rules, fiscal schedule, basically, year end of March, year end of December, year end anything, journal source, ledger and book. So ledger should be there. Book I'll cover in later. Spend categories, supplier categories. So fund accounting is different. Work tax. So work tax, I think we have already covered. So these we need to keep in mind. At least the person who is doing that should be there. Now, let me show you how we can create a simple GL. But before that, we just need to make sure how we can see other accounting details of within the workday, how we can see that. So let me show you the one thing, how we can see accounting details. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open one company and I'll show you the details. So just on GMS USA, I'm going to click OK. And you can see details will come up. GMS USA, we have created a supplier as well. You just need to search for the company. So let me open this company. So this is the company, details. You just need to go to the related action. You can see the company. Now you can see view accounting details. So this is our company name. If you go further there, you can see lots of options. Company within the company, so many options are there. If you click on edit, then it will do the edit. So until unless you read something about it, I do not recommend to click on it. You can similarly go for the view, and then for your curiosity, you can just explore these things. But the main thing is, because you can see about ledger period, so many things are coming up, but integration ID, I'll open into the new tab. See, because we are going to use the bulk upload, integration ID would be the main thing. So integration ID is basically we are providing some codes or some name, because Workday supports alphanumerical as well. We are providing some ID so that once we try to populate something outside of the Workday, how my outside thing will talk to my Workday system. So it will talk through the integration ID. So that's all I wanted to highlight, and we will use this reference just once we go further into the same session. I'll show you what is the importance of integration ID. But you can see on the GMS USA, currency is USD. Similarly, if I'll just go and see the currency USD's IDs, so basically we have USD, functional currency of the GMS USA company, but currency integration ID is USD. Fiscal schedule standard corporate. So basically, we need to just mention that fiscal schedule should be there. Account set is corporate. Now, this is our thing, how we can create the GLs. Control rule set, I'll show you. Control, basically, we are putting some control. Account posting rule set, I have already shown you, like spend category, expense item, sales item, revenue category, some other thing. Any operation transaction will be covered under this account posting rule set. Basically, we are mapping those spend category, revenue category through this, so that once we mention the spend category, revenue category, then it will pick up from there, and whatever is mapped to those spend category, revenue category, or sales item, expense item, that GL will be hit, and an accounting journal entry would be created within the workday. So these are the things that we need to make sure: currency should be there, fiscal schedule should be there, account set should be there. So account set, see, don't go for the name, but see, USD is USD. You can give as per your name. Your If you have company like Amazon, you can just click on. You can just give the name of Amazon Inc. Apple Inc. dot. You can give. So this is for example purpose. But within the workday, you can give any name. You can give any reference ID. You can even give the code as well. Currency is USD. Fiscal schedule. If you want to give any name, then you can just go ahead and give your name of fiscal schedule, like year end December, year end March, or something like that. Account set, you can just name, account set for Apple Inc. So don't go for the corporate name. This is for, example purpose. Similarly, account control rule set, you can just mention like control rule set on cash or any GL. Account posting, you guys, posting the rules for Amazon, or you can give the name. So naming convention is just for the demo purpose. But you need to make sure before doing anything like going ahead for the journals, name should be there, currency should be there, fiscal schedule should be created. So whatever you can see into the blue or something, it is clickable. It is clickable, and then you can see we can edit. Similarly, for accounting posting rule cell, no, we don't have the option. Corporate, you can see account set. So I'll show you. See, once I go to the account set, you can see so many things are coming up. Ledger account summary or something like that. So account set is the main thing which is related to the GL. So before creating any GL, before doing that, see, you can see so many things are coming up. Account set is corporate, identifier, cash, and now how we going to create that? Let me show you. Create account set. So I'm just going to name R2R training account set. You just need to click. So I'm giving one identifier, 11111, and my account name would be cash. Now you can give the name. This is pretty simple. Now what should be the type? So we know that cash would be what kind of type? Is it of income or expense? No, it is an assets. Now, if you want to restrict to the company, you can restrict that. Say, suppose I'm creating a cash account, which I just want to keep use for Amazon Inc. or Amazon USA. And I would create another cash account that shall be used for Amazon India entity. That we can restrict that. We can also retire that if something is not in use. So we're gonna add another thing, basic pay. Now basic pay is part of salary, so it shall be expense. Like furniture. Furniture would be my assets. Accrued liability. Salary payable. Because it is payable, it will come under liability. Similarly, we can just, add. Now, are we going to do it manually? No, we have EIB for these as well, but that shall be covered in, some other courses. So I have just made a mistake. The identifier should be given, like 5656. Similarly, we can give anything. Receivable assets. So we also have, some EIB4 to create an account set. So that we call it put account set EIB. So I'll show you how it works, and you will be, once I'll show you how we're gonna do, journal upload through the EIB, then you will get to know that. But basically, manually, we can create, you know, GLs like this. And then once we will creating the GLs, see, if it is part of chart of accounts, we will create as yes, then it will be a part of chart of accounts. Otherwise, it will not. And then once we create these GLs, so basically these GLs can be created manual that I've showed you. But first we have another EIB. We just need to mention identifier account name, and then what should be the type, and then it will be bulk created, all the things. Once it will be created, then we will go ahead and create the ledger account summary, and then we will do the mapping. So I'll show you how a GL summary will look like. So view ledger account summary. We have already created some GL summary. Let me show you. Let's just see for cost of sales. So basically we have created one ledger account summary, and similarly cost of sales we have for total expenses. Now what all accounts are included, we can see that. So you will just create an ledger account summary, create ledger account summary, and you can include these accounts. I'll show you in parallel. Create ledger account summary. Summary name you can just test. View ledger account summary. So this is my ledger account summary. If I go to the related action, I can do that. I can have two options. Either I can edit, assign ledger account and ledger account ranges, assign included. So I can do in both ways. Just click OK. Just click a range. So I can give the range like, from 112 to 116. Or I can also specify. See, I'll just show you. I can include this, I can include this, I can include this, I can include this. Similarly, if I click OK, you can see it is included. So what what actually happened? Like building, bank loan, or these kind of will roll up to the my corporate 1 to 3, and then it will again roll up. So similarly, just think about this manner. So we have created these kind of GLs. Suppose we have created basic flexible, and one account summary is salary compensation. That is one. We will similarly create another GL summary in the name of direct expense, and we will include these GL summaries. And then ultimately we will create an hierarchy of profit and loss, and profit and loss will be including these GL summaries: direct expenses, indirect expenses, or any revenue, and similarly balance sheet. So this is how a GL summary look like. And this is how we're going to create a GL summary within the Workday system. Now, why I'm mentioning the GL summary or this like it? See, we can upload the journals on an individual GL level. So we need to mention the GL. But if we gonna load the balances on the individual GL, if we try to fetch a report of GL summary, then the total will be given. So say suppose we have populated a template and we have mentioned like for suppose we have put amount, 100 to 1, then what will happen? It will do the sum up for these things. And this would be my salary compensation. So once I fetch my report of trial balance, I can see this ledger account summary as well, salary compensation, it will show like this. That's why how it is playing a big role of creating account, GL summary, basically for roll-ups. So this is how we're gonna create account GL summary. So I have shown you how we can see the accounting details. I've shown you how we gonna create individual accounts. We can do the bulk upload as well. How we gonna create a GL account summary, and how we can create, either we can do it by the range, or either we can do it manually, individually including all those accounts. Now basically our the next topic is how we can see, put the control. But before putting the control, let me show you what is the meaning of business process. So business process is simply just type BP and journal event. So similarly you can find, so this is the business process. Since this is the match tenant, otherwise you can only see the blank one, and these are we have already added. So I'll show you. So this is approval metrics you can see. Similarly, if you want to see business process for supplier invoice, just you need to type BP column supplier invoice. See, this is the business process or approval metrics for supplier invoices. So basically, once you will have a new tenant, it will be blank, but later on time, we have implemented that. Now you can just think of how we're gonna see for customer invoice. You just need to type customer, see customer event, customer invoice. So everything will come up. See customer invoice event. So as per our demo, what is the you know focus area would be accounting journal event. Now this is for event Y. So basically we are putting a threshold. Now let me show you how we can put the threshold. Okay. But before that, how we gonna create a threshold? So for that, we need to create account control rule set. So we can create like, to our training rule set. Account set, I'm using corporate. Currency is suppose USD. Channel threshold, I'm putting like, $25. And GL I can mention. So I'm gonna put cash. So whenever I'll pass a cash of more than 1500, there shall be a limit. Similarly, I can pass like furniture. Furniture, I'm gonna put 20,000. I can mention, bank. So whenever I'm gonna mention cash before this, below 1500, then it will be triggered. So I'm not going to create that because it is so many. So you just need to click okay, then it will be created. But I'll show you. We have already created, so edit account control rule set. You can just click and create an account rule set for your practice. I'll show you already existed one. See, we have put a threshold for 1000. Let me just try to add cash. And I'm gonna put 1200. In my company is coming up, so I'm gonna show you. So this is the threshold that I put in. So what is the threshold? Approval threshold is 1200. Now, before that, I can click on OK. Now it will be applicable. I need to put a condition that if so, the condition would be similar to the custom validation. Like, we were creating a custom validation, so it will be similar like that. So see, so basically business process is working on the sequential. A is initiation, A, B. So you can just give a name A, B, C, D, but they have given A, B, A, B, C. So many conditions we can put. I'll just show you one condition for control account rule set. You're gonna go there and edit definition. Click OK. So since this is the mature tenant, you can just ignore some messages. Just I'll show you how we can create a condition E for account control rule set. And type would be approval. And who will do the approval? Let's just put controller. So because controller has came up, if controller will not came here, you're trying to type, then how we can configure that, I'll show you. Let's just try to give them the due date of 2 days. Click OK. Now, if suppose controller will not come there, how you want to do that? You just need to click on view business process policy, and then you're going to click edit. And then let me show you how it looks like. So we can see, we can edit business process policy. Who can create the journal? Accountant. See, these are the security group. Who can review the journal? These are things. Who can do the entire business section? Who can just see the completed only view? Who can approve? So under the approval, You can see controller should be there. That's why it was coming up. Otherwise, you just need to do the edit and, you know, make it available there. So if something is not coming up onto the business process, you just need to go to the related action of the business process and then you will do the editing. Okay. Just click OK. Now I can see my step is coming up e controller, but no condition is there. Okay. So I'm going to put a condition. So how are we going to do that? Create a condition rule. It's better maintain a step condition. Click OK. We just need to, you can see if all the conditions are true, then this will be entered. So rules. Let's just create a rule, create a condition rule. Click OK. Now description you can give like if journal amount is greater than, so this is the sign of, or is equal to threshold. Now what is the threshold? This is the threshold for these GLs as a control account. Is greater than that, then it will go for the approval to controller. Okay, now because we have already shown you into the custom validation how we're gonna fix that. So this is end rule. Now come to the source external field. You just need to type journal has. So journal lines exceeding control threshold. See, so many options are coming up. You just need to pick the first one because this explains journal has journal lines exceeding control threshold. Now into the relation operation, just need to equal to value specified. Just click yes. Value specified, where value is specified here. Once you just gonna click OK, see the rule is created. Once you click OK, you can see this is coming up. So this is how we gonna maintain a stuck condition on any business process. Because this is a mature tenant, we already have this condition, So I'm just removing. So this is the same. What I'm gonna do is I'm just remove. But for you, for to practice, you can just create that one. Now let me show you how it actually impacts. So we have mentioned a 100. So first of all, we need to enter as an accountant. I'm just gonna create journal. We will ledger means company GMS USA. See why it is not coming up, because this person Heather is not an accountant of GMS USA. Now, how are we gonna see that who is the accountant of GMS USA? You just need to find GMS USA, a company. Scroll down, go to the roles, see who is the accountant. So John Doe, Raj, and Andrew can create an accounting journal. So I'm just gonna do the proxy of John Doe. So how are we gonna do that? Either I can go to the related action from here, or I just type, start proxy into the search bar. So I'm gonna do from here, start proxy. Now create journal. GMS USA. Hmm. Giving any date. Now journal source it would be manual. See, we have so many options. I just want to show you the control account. So just click OK. Ledger account, I'm going to use my cash 1000. So I'm going to exceed that. Let's see. See, debit and credit are matching. Let's see what all things are mandatory. Okay, system will pop up. Let's just click submit. Noah appears. Noah is a controller. How it is triggering out? Let me go deep dive. So you can see business process record journal. This is the amount. Up next, Noah PLC approval by controller. So we have already put a condition that above a threshold, that is, if you are using the cash above 1200, it will go for the approval to the controller. Now, for my company, GMS USA controller is Noah Pierce. If you are going to use furniture and you will put more than $1,000, again it will go for the approval. Below that, it system will simply allow you to go ahead. If you want to use any GL, either debit or credit side, of course, because this is revenue, it will come to the credit side. More than $20,000, $24,000, it will go for the approval. Similarly for cost of sales and travel, something like that. Now you have seen that. Scroll down. Event is process. So this is business process event. This will give you a detail. Cash we have used, more than a threshold. Nothing is there. See, cash. Ledger account approval threshold. Cash account threshold is 1200. That's why. And what you have debited? 16,000. That's why. So that is how a control account rule set will come into the picture. Now, if you want to process ahead, what we're gonna do is we just need to do the proxy until unless it will be under the process only. And you can go to the my task. Our journal entry has came over here. Now, what all options we have as a controller, we can see that. So why it is triggering out? You just need to understand business process of accounting journal event. Similarly, for all the financial transactions like customer invoice, registering assets, supplier invoice, expense report, some other things, we have business processes available within the Workday. If you want to have a granular view, you can just scroll down and then you can see this is the journal. This is the journal number. The status is still in progress because I'm reviewing that. Event in process is accounting journal. Who entered that? John Doe. Accounting date, USD, period with company, and ledger would be actuals. Whether it is balance, yes. Create reversal, I have not ticked that. It is a kind of adjustment, no. Now this is the thing, and Why it is triggering out, it will also show you because we have put the condition on the BP of accounting journal event. I can approve, I can send back, either I can add the approvals as well. We have couple options, deny or cancel. So just I'm approving that. Once I'll approve, you can just see it is successfully done, posted. And this accounting journal event process is now completed because this is not intercompany, that is not required. So that's how I showed you how a control, you know, sorry, account control rule set is playing a big role within the workday. Also, everything is linked to the business process. You just need to think about the business process, who will initiate, who will approve. We can also put the condition that we have put that given a is equal to or above threshold, it will go for the approval to the controller. If you are not able to find out how we can add the security group like controller, accounting manager, you just need to go to the related action of the business process and edit business accounting business policy. And then you can see the who can initiate, who can just view, who can. If you have seen, I have already showed you. If you have not, just rewind it back and then you can have the, entire view. So this is the thing. I have showed you one journal entry and I have also showed you how it will go for the approval. So this is the main thing of control account rule set. I have also showed you how we can create the individual, GLs, or we call it ledger accounts, how we can create ledger account summary. Hmm? Okay, let me just start proxy. Same header. So now, if you want to add a suspense account as well, you can go ahead and add the suspense account. How are we going to do that? Just either you can create an account set, but we have already created lots of. So what we're going to do is edit account set. Right. Let's just, take this one example. See, I cannot see anything. I just gonna click OK. Because I'm editing, I can give the identifier like, I can give any identifier like, 1100. Account name would be suspense account. Now, what should be the account type? You just need to think, what should be the account type? It could be anything. You can just mention assets. You can restrict, you can retire, just click done. Now you can see it's coming up. If I just click OK, then it will be done. But since this, okay, this is how we can add a suspense account as well. I'll show you when suspense will come into the picture. First, I'll show you a simple one, how we can, create a journal entry, normal, how we can do the bulk upload, and how we can use the suspense account as well. Now, if you want to use the suspense account, you just need to, you know, okay, I'll come to the suspense account later. let me just try to cover the simple things how we can create the import the journal. So this is before that we have covered how we can create the GL, how we can you know ensure that company accounting details should be there, how account posting rule set come into the picture, how control rules that come into the picture, but we just need to make sure that ledger period should be there, so we can just see view ledger period status. So it should be like open for, but how we gonna see that mass update ledger period? Let's just check for 2026 company for GMS USA. Sorted by period means as of now month. Now book code. So book code will come into the next to next class or maybe to next class. Just click OK. You can see the next period is open and another is closed. So that is fine. It should be open. Although it is open, but we can change this status. So all these things will be covered into the closing period chapter or module. We have covered, some topics regarding accounting journal. That was how to create GL, how to, create ledger account summaries, and how we can enable the control rule set and how it is actually triggering out and what is the importance of business process. So we have seen one business process that is related to the accounting journal. Similarly, we have multiple business processes around Workday system for all the financial transactions, like any adjustment, creating supplier invoice, creating customer invoice. Now let's proceed further and let me. Although we have already seen how to create a journal, but I'll touch upon on the fields which is appearing there. So let's just directly jump to the Workday screen and then I'll show you. So this is the Workday screen. Now I want to create a journal for GMS USA. Now, role I would be creating, the role I would be playing as an accountant, and I know that I have already shown you how we can see the roles. So basically, the roles we can see from the company. So if you type GMS USA, if you want to search directly, then you can just type the name. You can see the company, or else what you can do is view company, and then you can type the company name, GMS USA. So this is GMS USA. Now I want to create a journal, so I need to log in as an accountant. I know that John Doe is a accountant. So what I'm gonna do is let's go to the search bar, start proxy. So John Doe is an accountant. Let's try to create a journal. So to create a journal, you just need to type create journal. If you try to type first three initial letters, it will appear. Now, before creating journal, we just need to keep in mind few things. I'll show you what all things, because I have already checked that, but just be mindful for that. First of all, you need to keep in mind that you are logged in as an accountant. Rule you should be keep in mind. Another thing is just for like, your company. So I'm going to create for GMS USA. I just need to make sure few things. If you go to the related action, first of all, we need to make sure that the accounting details should be there. I have already shown you in the initial times, but you just need to make sure because you will be logged into the system for the, for the maybe very first time, and then you will try to create a journal. And if the task will not appear, if something is missing out of this, then you won't be able to create any journal. So this is my company. I can see my accounting details. Currency is USD. Now, whenever we try to create a company, we just need to mention which currency this company is generally dealing, because this is formed in USA. So it is but obvious that the currency would be USD. If any company is formed in India, then it would be INR. Similarly, for you know uh, any part of Europe, Euro, Britain, then pound. Similarly, if within the China, then Chinese yuan, Singapore, so Singapore dollar, Hong Kong HK dollar. So this is defined while creating the company. Fiscal schedule, this is standard, but fiscal schedule is normally where your generally year ends. So we have seen some companies follow year end. So it is year end December. Some company follows financial year, that is year end March. Some company would follow, June to July. So it will be similar like that. So it should be defined. Account set, because we are going to create a journal and it will be pertains to an account set. Account set means any GL. So I've already showed you before the breaks how we can create the GLs, and within the same. So we need to give the name and then the identifier name. We can also restrict the company. Control rule set we have already seen, and posting rule set. So posting rule set is for the operation journals. So these are the things. Now, just once I'll set up this company, you can see this option: reverse debit and credit. So if you want, the journal reversal option will be available. You just need to you know put down there reverse journal debit and credit. So which means if you just click OK, then it will reverse a debit and credit GLs. Say suppose you have passed a transaction of receivable furniture to payable. Now you want to make a reversal. So on the reversal date, the reversal will be created. Provision, furniture will be credit side, and other part will be on the debit side. So, for example, I'm just creating provision for salary to salary payable. That is on month of January. Now I want to create a reversal on the next month. So what it will do? It will just do salary payable on the debit side and the provision on the credit side with the amount. So this is the first option. Other one is, you can see it is not highlighted, but keep debit and credit side and reverse sign. So debit and credit will be as it is, but reversal. A negative sign will be there, and amount shall be deducted or it will be nullified. So this is the option. Now ledgers, you can see, you can just ignore plan templates as of now. This pertains to the budget. But on the ledgers part, you can see ledgers we have created global modern services actuals. Now, We have three kind of ledgers. One is actual, commitment, and obligation. Commitment and obligation, comes into the picture in case of P2P. Like, when you are raising the purchase requisition, then commitment ledger will be enabled. And once the purchase requisition will be converted to the PO, then obligation. And then then from PO, if you receive the goods and then create a supplier invoice, then actuals will come into the picture. So if you want to deep dive more into this course, you can just take the course of P2P, and then you will get to know about the commitment accounting and obligation accounting. Similarly, it comes into the picture within the budgeting module. So that's as of now for our accounting journal for R2R, we are just using actuals. Now, these are the mandatory things that you need to keep, make sure. And another thing, you just need to see whether period is open or not. Now, period is open or not, it is very crucial for creating a journal and also creating a reversal of journal. So this is my year. Company is GMS USA. I'm just checking. Although you can just, update the period status as well. And who can do that? Generally, accounting manager or company administrator is, updating the periods. As an accountant, you can just post, but either you can see the status as well, but you cannot change the status because it is either in the hand of accounting manager or company admin. So I'm doing for the Jan month. Period is open. Now, say suppose I'm creating a journal entry for January. I want to create a reversal. Now, reversal by default, I can give the date of reversal, but if you won't select that, what it will do, it will look out for any open period in the next available month. So you could see Feb is closed, March is closed. Now, suppose, okay, so see, Feb is closed. If I just try to open this, so although I have created one journal in the month of Jan and I have clicked on create reversal on the month of Feb, but since the Feb is closed, it will look out for any available next month option, that is March in this case, then reversal would be created to March. Now, how? So this is how Workday behaves. But generally, see, once done with your journal entries and all the financial transactions within the Workday for Jan month, generally, system admins and accounting managers are opening the next period. But just as a hypothetical situation, if it is by any chance it is not open, so it will look out for next period. Then again, if anything which pertains to the web, you know, and which is posted to the March, certainly you need to create an adjustment channel so that it will be posted to the month, the reversal journal. So this is how it is. I'm just clicking cancel because the period is closed, and for me, the period is open. Now let's directly go straight to the how we can create the journal. Although we have already seen that, but let me explain you a few things there. So we'll go to the search bar and we'll type create channel. Ledger is GMS USA company. Accounting date. Now journal source, I have already shown you journal source. So we kind of have so many journal sources over there. But let me show you. So if you want to create an accounting adjustment, then you can pick this one. If you're creating an accurate journal, you can put this one. Now beginning balance. So this is also a journal source. So basically, we are trying to, create some beginning balance of balance sheet item. So we are going to pick this journal source. Once you go ahead with the workday system, later on, then you would get to know. As of now, we are picking manual journal source. Display account set. So if you want to display the account set, you can see that. So account set is, as per our corporate. Now, optional balancing work tags. So work tags are, so once you click that option, optional balancing work tag, what does it? So if you just click on optional balancing work tag, so there is no item because I have not enabled that. How you can enable? You just need to search for maintain work tag balancing configuration task, and then you can do that. Now, what does it mean? So basically, if you know, any journal lines are not balancing, you can just try to create a balancing there. So if I pick, region as a balancing work tag or location, so what it will do, it will show as balancing region or balancing location. So generally these kind of options we are using in case of fund accounting or accounting related to the non-profit organization. So as of now, I'm just leaving. But if you want to read more, then you can go ahead and read more about this field. Currency rate types. What is now? If I just click on enable multi-currency, you can see it is enabled. So basically, I'm just explaining you on the header level. You can also see, fill out the header information. So this is, we call it header level. Once we click on continue, the line level details will appear. I have enabled the multi-currency. Now what it is saying, it is a current rate. So basically, we are loading the, conversion rate. Why we need that? Basically, we are dealing in USA, but our supplier or our, any other party for which we are going to create a journal is pertains to some other region as well. Say, suppose I am procuring an assets from India. Now, if I do that, which means the Indian supplier, you know, either he will go for, you know, uh, invoice in INR or USD. Say, suppose it is going for INR. So because I'm recording within my system, so I need to record it in USD. Now, one one person from the data team load, they will going to load all the currency exchange rates. Now they can do it for the average, budget, current, historical equity, quarterly average. So these are the things that we are loading while creating the maintain currency rate types. So as of now, we are using the current rate. Book quotes, it will come, come into the next class or maybe next class. So book codes as of now we gonna keep it blank. So it will be posted into the blank book code. But I'll explain what is the meaning of book code. Memo, memo. It's kind of narration. I want to give it like test 1, 2, 3, or you can explain more. External reference link. So what does it mean? So basically, external reference link is, it is, first of all, it is optional. So wherever you see a asterisk mark, that is mandatory. Other things are optional. But if you want to use, so external reference link is, if you try to type external reference link, what it will do, it will just it will take the reference ID from the original journal source that we have imported from the, where exactly we have imported, because there might be a chance a journal entries are created in other systems and then we are importing from there. So how we gonna import from there? We just need a reference ID. Then we are going to put the reference ID here of the external external environment, and then it will talk to my system. So basically, these kind of roles are come into the picture when we do the integrations. And the main part is if we trying to create a reference ID here from the external source, it will be easy to fit into my workday system. And also the auditors will check, okay, this is this journal is imported from the external link, and this is the link, and then they can do their audits as well. So basically it is for tracking purpose. If you want to record quantity, you can just click yes. Enable multi-currency, we have already seen that. Include text line. If you just click include text line, then what it will do, it will just try to post your withholding taxes and other taxes. So I'm just keeping as now. Disable optional balancing work type. What does it mean? So if we just disable that, you can see the alert. Once we disable that, it will create an unbalanced journal entries. So I'm just keeping not touching that. Adjustment journal. So once you create any journal, like I have shown you a provision, and then you have make it as, let me show you how it can also come into the picture. Say suppose I have enabled multi-currency and I'm passing a 6th of Jan as a current rate. Now at the end of the month, I have procured an asset. At the end of the month, the rates has been changed. So earlier the rate on the 6th Jan was INR to USD was 81. Now at the end of the month, it became 85. So the difference is 4. So I need to create an adjustment journal for the same period, and for the same GLs, for the same ledgers with a difference of 4. So I'll do the same debit by 4, and I'll do the credit with the 4, so that it will be updated and the overall my GL will be updated. So that way we are going to create the adjustment journal. But once we create total adjustment journal, so what I'm going to pick as a journal source is accounting adjustment. So that we need to keep in mind. Again, create reversal. See, whenever I tick that, so generally we are creating and provision entries in the month of Jan, and then we are creating reversal of this provision entries, and then we are paying that. So say suppose I know that I have to pay a certain amount in the month of Feb. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create an provision because of my matching concept or because of accrual concept of the accounting. Now I know that I have created that. Now maybe by the end of this month or maybe into the next month, I'm gonna pay that. So what I'm doing is, as of now, I just record the provisional entry so that my profit and loss will depict the correct picture, because this expenses pertains to the month of Jan. Whenever I'm gonna pay that, I just need to create a reversal because I have already paid that, so I don't need any provisional entry. So in that case, I just need to pick a reversal date. Either I can, but only thing is, if you want to create a reversal date, which is, before your accounting date, then system will throw an error. Why? You cannot create any reversal date which is before or equal to the accounting date. So say suppose I'm creating a reversal, accounting for today. Either if later in the day I'm going to pay that, so I can create the reversal and then I'll pay the entire amount actually. Okay. Now generally what we are picking is by default in the next month. Whenever the next month will come, and I've already told you that I'm picking the next month, but by any chance it is not open, what it will do, it will look for the another open period, that is for March. Then we have to create adjustment. Total control account, it will already appear. I'm just clicking continue. Now, if you want to read more about this field, so uh, we will give you a sheet where you can read more about the each fields. Now, this is line level. We can see two tabs: journal entry lines, and another is attachment. So attachment. Now, if you want to attach something, then you can go ahead and do that. It would be PDF, anything, Excel, anything, or any template or any sort of thing. Then we can attach that. Also, if we want to make an attachment mandatory, how we can do that? You just need to remember your first. We can go ahead for the custom validation, and we can go to the accounting journal, and into the critical or warning, we can just pick for every accounting journal attachment is mandatory. Then we can do that. For your testing purpose, you can just go ahead and try to just for the first instance, you just try to create a simple journal. For the second instance, you can just go ahead and enable the custom validation, and then you will be able to see if it is critical. If you are not attaching anything, then the system will stop you. And if it is not critical, it is under the warning, then you would see that system is giving you an alert that we need to correct this thing. Let's go to the journal entry lines. Now, ledger accounts, we know it is coming from the account set. So let's just try to pick anything. Account receivable. Revenue. I'm going to put something on debit side. Now, you can see memo at the line level as well, and as a header level as well. If you want to, put some comment for this journal line, you can do that. Want put some line for the credit side of the journal line, you can do that. Same external link. If you are trying to import from somewhere else, you can put the integration ID over there. Now, location, you can mention purchase item. So basically, these are primary work tag. Project cost center, you can see nothing is asterisk, buyer name, revenue category, additional work tag. What I'm going to do is, you can see, so control total amount, it will check for, same account control rule set. So we have already seen that, but total less debit, less credit. Now, let's just try to do one thing. Say, suppose I'm not putting anything here. Okay. I just try to click on submit. What it will do, see. Workday will populate you. The credit and debit amount are both zero. Journal may not be submitted until it is balanced. I click on submit. If anything is mandatory, then system will appear. Otherwise, it will allow us. You can see one alert. Cost center is mandatory for the journal entry. So if you remember our first class, we only, give this condition. And this is a kind of alert. Otherwise, if we set it as a critical, then system will not allow us. Now, you just need to see few things over there. if you click on details on the process, it will show you for this one. Overall process is done by John Doe, successfully completed, due date, because if it were into the in progress, then it will go for the approval until the due date. If you go to the details, you can see the journal. If you magnifying glass, whenever you see a magnifying glass, you can go drill down there. Otherwise, you can see some options related to the workday. Of course, as per your security, as per your roles, these options will appear. But because you are an accountant, you can add or change the attachment. You can, if you want to want to create this a similar kind of journal, you can copy and then make a change and then create the journal. You can even unpost that if you find something is fishy, and you will go to immediately and you can do that unpost. Audit, you can see the view audit trail, who all has created that. Business process, you can see what is the security for this business and what is the business process journal event. You can also add this to your favorite. Integration ID, you can see that, you can edit, you can maintain as well. Journal entries, you can correct the retained earning reporting. So this is some advanced topic which is related to the reporting, but you can also see that. We can see journal number is there, status is posted. If it is under the progress, it should be in progress. Now we have already seen journal sequence number is manual 2026 Jan and 002. So we only created that. Now you can see it is appearing like that. Originated, accounting date, currency, period. You can see many things over there. So, and you scroll down, you can see your journal entry lines, both the lines on debit side and credit side. And you can also see warning cost center is mandatory because we made as a warning under the custom validation. And you can see again the journal lines. Now, retained earnings. See, because you have, created a revenue, which means you have created some, revenue, some income for your company. That's why the retained earning is being credited. So every transaction will impact your retained earning, whether on the debit side, on the credit side. If any journal entry you are creating for in the nature of expense, then it will do on the debit side. Otherwise, it will already do for the credit side if it is pertains to the income or revenue. Who has created? You can see the status. Who has posted? So these are the things once you create the journal, and you can also see the entire process. Accounting journal event is my business process. Step is this, step is completed. Who did that? Okay. Now, supervisor. So these are the few things that we have implemented on the business process of the accounting journal, which is not required. If it is required, if it is, meet the condition, then it will be triggering out. But as of now, it is not triggering out, which means we don't need that. So this is how we typically create the journal. So I have already explained, all the fields. Now, because we know that we are going to create for few journal entries, then it is fine to create it manually. I have already shown you how we can create the reversal option as well. That we can see. Adjustment, we can do that. So basically adjustment is for currency, or maybe if anything is changed, like you have procured 10 units of laptop charger, and by mistake either you have received the invoice of 10, but by mistake you have entered for 11, then you need to create an accounting adjustment journal entry for currency. Or maybe your supplier has sent an invoice which is which has some error, and you found it later while creating the journal. So, you have created a journal, but you have found some error. Your supplier has notified. Then you also need to create some adjustment journal. So these are the journal scenarios where, but we might have, so many different scenarios for creating and adjusting journal entry. It also depends on the what is the nature of the business and what is the size of the business, and so that way reversal is fine. Now reversal is generally we are doing for provisional entries. Now the next thing is how we can do or create a journal in a bulk upload or through the EIB. That is most important topic for today's, and then we'll see how we can see the suspense account and some recurring journal as well. Like I'm paying the rent, so I'll create the template and then how we can go ahead. So let me show you the recurring journal, then quickly I'll show you how we can do the EIB things. So like create journal, you can also create a recurring journal. So for that, we need to create a template and then we need to go ahead with that ledger. So again, primary ledger would be my GMS. If you want to create, enable multi-currency, you can do that. You can also record the quantity. And just giving the template name. Okay. Rent payments and Jan to September. Now template would be into the available. So we have few status, whether it is created, available. If you just created, then you need to go ahead and make it available, or in progress or not available. Just go for the available. When the template will start. So let's suppose it will start on the first day, and when it will end. So it will end on September 30th. What should be the journal source? So journal source, you can see if you want to create an additional journal source, then you can do that. Otherwise, you can pick one journal source over from here. So if you want to create a journal source like a ring journal or rent created, then you can go ahead and do that. How you can do that? You just need to go to the maintain journal source. See, and then you can just add one thing like, a recurring journal. If you just click OK. So earlier it was not appearing, but it will come recurring. Now, why it is not coming up? Just need to click cancel. Once we, again redo the same task, then it will appear. Create recurring journal. Ledger would GMS USA. Rent payments Jan to September. It will start on 1st of Jan and it will end on September. Journal source. Now you could see it is coming up recurring journal. Similarly, optional work tag. So I want to, and I'm just keeping these things aside. Period which is monthly. See this option automatically submit the generated journal. So if I'm just because I know that this is pretty simple, so I'm gonna put that memo. I can just put rent payments. If you want to create a reversal to the next month, because you can do that, control amount. I just need to pick an ledger. So recurring journal, what it will do, rent, and then cash. So the rent is my expense, cash is my, you know, outgoing. Nothing is mandatory. See total debit and credit. Sleep. Okay. Okay. When I is okay. So custom validation is there. Your exception. Okay. Spend category is mandatory. Now, how we gonna do that? Let's just create recurring journal and edit. So it is just stopping because these kind of expense and spend category is mandatory. So let's just try to put anything to surpass this custom validation. Uh, I'm just putting anything just to surpass this. I'm just, not making a rational decision that, it should be related to the journal or something, but let's just click OK. Now you can see it is the available status. Whenever time will come, this entry would be created. So that's how it will go for recurring journal. It's pretty simple. Now once you create that, you just need to click OK. Let's just pick today's date. Once per frequency. So you can see what it has done. Generate new recurring journal. Journal is this posted, and this is entry. You can see memo is coming up. It is that pretty simple. You just need to do one thing. That's all. It will be created. And this is how you're gonna do for each month. Okay. So this is our recurring journal. So recurring journal generally use for similar kind of expenses every each month, like rent or any AMS or anything, any internet bill, any charges, mobile charges, or etc. And it could be anything. Now let's directly jump to the how we can do the PIB. PIB is Enterprise Interface Builder. So how we gonna do that? How we gonna create the template? How we gonna fill that? How things are moving? Because I'm an accountant, I can do that. So first of all, EIB is an integration tool which we create a template within the workday, and then we fill out certain information that we need to keep in mind. The main thing is a reference ID of everything. I'll show you how we can see the reference ID of every business object. So for one example, so basically Workday is an object-based ERP system. Now, a company, location, any person is acting as an object within the ERP system. So we would require a reference ID of every business object. So like, my company is a business object. Even my period is a business object. Jan, Feb, month. It is all up different business object. Even my GLs are business object. So I would need an reference ID of each business object that I need to put into the template. And then once I complete the template with the required information that is required for journal entries, then it will be done. I'll show you. Now, first of all, let me show you how we can create the template within the Workday system. So how we're going to do that is, first of all, you need to keep in mind the security, because I have already logged in as accountant of GMS USA. That's why I can go ahead and do that. Let's just, if you are not thinking anything, just try to, what I have said, what I've said, EIB. Just try to type EIB. Let's see what it will appear. See what all things are coming up. Create EIB, sorry, EIB dashboard, create, edit. So many things are. So we are going to create EIB. You just now, what we are going to do, we are trying to import some journals. Now, for the first instance, we are going to, I'll show you how we can import for Word journal entry, and then we can do the bulk upload like 10,000, 11,000. So at your level, I'll show you the one. Then for your practice, in the similar manner, you're going to put like two or three or four as per your. So let's just give accounting journal import to our demo. Now, it is kind of inbound. Inbound means it will come into the system inbound. Like, in the area of logistics, you do inbound logistics, outbound logistics. Similarly, if you want to make this EIB for inbound, then something from the external source will come to my Workday system. That is inbound. Outbound means something from my Workday system will go to the other system that we created for outbound. Now, as of now, we are creating for inbound. You just need to click OK. You can see name we have given and reference ID. See, accounting journal import, it has given the ID as well. Comment if you want to create, then you can do that. It is not required, although. You can see few things are coming up. Journal setting, get data, transform, deliver, and review and submit. Just click on next. Retrieval method, how it will happen. Your cloud base, you can also attach from at launch and attach from your system. You can take it from FTP, you can take it from Google Drive, you can take it as a URL, SFTP, or any external retrieval method. Let's just go for the default because we are going to attach a file from our system. Details you can add. Now, if you come to the next point, that is data format. Now, this is my web service spreadsheet. So this is kind of a web service, which is based on spreadsheet. Now, what we are going to do, we are going for import accounting. So you can see import accounting journal. For that, we are going to do that. We have other things as well, but we are creating this template for import accounting. You can, check for your curiosity and then you can read more about this. This we need to just click on next. So this is our template model and the type is import accounting journal. So this is the parent template. Click on next. This is a kind of Workday web service. Now you can see the entire thing. Just you need to remember the name, accounting journal import artwork demo. Just click OK. You can see, it has been created. Accounting journal comment is test. This is attach a file. So basically all the details are coming up now. Web service version. So this is latest we are using 41.5. So I'll show you in a while why it is important. So generally we need to use it latest one, the version 41.5. If we use 16 or something, so it will not support it because system is changing day by day. Means it is getting updated. So web service is also getting updated so that it can fetch maximum things within the Workday system. Now, this is our integration EIV. If you go to the related action, you will see some other options are coming up. Integration system, these are other things. Audit, you can see business process. If related to the accounting journal, you can also edit this enterprise, enterprise interface, that is EIV. You can edit that. You can add to the favorite. You can directly go to the. So first of all, we need to create the EIV. Then the next step would be launch. So either we can go to the search bar and do the launch integration system, and then we need to put the name. Otherwise, we can directly go to the launch there. But we cannot do that because we need to create a template and then populate some fields. Integration ID. Let's just go to the template model and we can generate the spreadsheet. So spreadsheet, we have some format XML or XLS. So because I know that you guys are familiar with the Excel, so I'm gonna create that format. But we have to support it. You can see something is processing into the background. That is, we are generating this spreadsheet template. So you can see output file is not yet ready. Generally, a refresh button is coming up. It should come, but it is not coming up. I'll show you. It should come up a refresh button, but let's see. Let's just wait for some time. Just need to make it as a duplicate. Refresh button should be there, but it's not coming up. So I'll show you. So template model, let's just create. So it will come into the same manner. My refresh button is not coming up. One second. Okay. Let's go again. Maybe because of this, it is not coming up. But let me show you. Although I have to do it as an accountant, but let me show you how it should look like otherwise, so that you would get, everything cleared. So let's just click on some other person like Heather Jennings. Click on OK. So it should come. Heather is also an accountant for other companies, not for a GMS USA, but I'll show you how it should come. So let's just create a test import channel quickly inbound. Click OK. Click on next and import journal. This is my web service because I'm going to import my accounting journal. Click on next, next, next. Click on OK. Now, if you go to the related action, you can see so many things, but this is template model and we need to create the spreadsheet. You just click OK, click on submit. See, it will appear like that. Maybe, it was not appearing. You just click on refresh and in the background, it is processing. You can see one output file and you can see it over there as well. You just need to click on download and just let me open that. So this one, Excel will come up. You just need to click on enable editing. Now I'll explain what is this field and how we can, minimize this and what all things are mandatory over there. So we have two tabs. One is import accounting journal and journal entry line. So into the import accounting journal, we are going to put some broader things, and then into this entry replacement, we are going to put some few things over there. Now, if you could see, there are so many things are coming up, but not everything is mandatory. Just to create a simple journal, I'll explain you. And similarly for this one as well, not everything is mandatory. So let's just begin how we can, fill this information. So we have created an EIB. We have done that. How we going to fill that? Let's just try to learn that. Okay. So onto the first tab, import accounting journal. We are going to put for, header key. Header key is how many journal entries we are going to create. So let's suppose I'm going for the first that let's just create. I'm going to create one journal entry. That's why I'm going to create one header key. Another thing is optional. You just need to leave it blank. I'll show you how we can read about this field. What does it mean? I'll show you where we can see that. As of now, just, try to focus on few things. Autocomplete is, autocomplete the business process. Now, this is the critical thing, J column. I'll highlight you what is the important column. So header you need to fill. J column is about submit. So basically, once you create the journal, whether it will be go in progress or it will just surpass the business process. Okay, so it will surpass the business process and it will come on submit. It will click on submit. Once you have already seen, once we try to create the journal, we have some options. Once you click the submit, then it will go to the next process. So we need to do that. And we have done that. Just leave K element. I'll explain you each field and give you a brief description as well. Let me just help you what all things we need to populate. So this is also important. Now we need to make a company reference ID for which we are going to create a journal. How we can see that? Now, as of now, initial times, we just need to go to the system and then you need to search view company because we are taking an example of GMS USA. Just view company and then GMS USA. Either we can go to this is a business object, a company. We can go to the company and we can see so many things. But you scroll down, you can see integration ID, view integration ID. So this is the Creation ID or reference ID of this company. You just need to click copy and try to paste over here. So this way it is required. Now USD, USD in capital letters. You just need to type that. Now the thing is ledger type. So we know that we have few ledger types. One is actuals, commitment, and obligation. So we have already seen we are already always using the ledger types is actual. Now we don't need to type actuals, but we need to type the reference ID of actual ledger types. How are we gonna see that? So any reference ID you want to see for any business object, you just need to type view ref ID. Ref means reference ID. Of course, you should have the access as well to see the ref ID. What I'm gonna see ledger type. So whatever you need, a cost center reference ID, location reference ID, company reference ID, you just need to type view reference ID. You just need to type business object. So I'm gonna put as ledger type. Now I can see that we have two things as a ledger type, actuals and manuals. But as of now, we are using the actuals, and the reference ID of actuals is actuals in capital letters. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to paste that. Now, that way only, this will talk to my system. Okay. Book code I'm keeping as blank. Once you have the session, you will get to know. Accounting date, see the format. Similarly, we are going to use the same format. 0106. We have put the accounting date in the same manner. Now, journal source. How you can see the journal source reference ID? You just again similarly go to the reference ID. You can either type the reference ID or you can see view reference ID. Something is coming up. If you click this option, change selection. So it will go to the previous step. Now, what I need to look at is journal source. See, journal source is coming up and you can see the reference ID. So as of now, let's just use something because we are using the spreadsheet. So something related to that. We have so many journal sources over there. Spreadsheet. So what you can do is you can put anything, not necessary that I'm putting, you also need to put the same. You can put anything. For just example, I'm taking spreadsheet. So I am just taking the reference ID of this journal source because I'm generating through the spreadsheet. That's why I'm taking this. That's all. Other things, balancing, I have already explained you everything. So basically, these are things are coming up which you have also seen while creating the journal. So we just need to save it. So this is a broader level we have already put. Now let's go to the entry. So we are going to the line level. This is header level. This is line level. Now it will make more sense to you. Header key is 1. This is also 1. So header key is I'm going to create a journal entry for GMS USA, and this is for either debit side or credit side. That's why I've created 1. Now, if I'm going to create for credit side as well, I need to create 1, but the line would be 2. Got my point? So this is for how many entries you are creating. If you want to create, cash account to sales. So because we are creating only one journal entry, so header key would be 1 1, and line we are creating 2. One is debit and one the credit side. So cash will be on the 1, line key 1, and revenue would be 2 second side. Similarly, if you want to create a journal for furniture to cash, so for furniture line 1 will be 1, and for cash it would be 2. Just skip that. So I'm just gonna see you one thing. So if we just go over there, you can see ledger account ID. How we gonna put that ledger account ID? You just need to remember on your own what we need to put that. If you just remember, try to remember these things, you will get to know what we need to put over there. Okay, but let me explain you. So let's just try to pick a ledger account ID as. So this is the reference ID of one of the ledgers. So this is the reference ID of the travel. I'll show you how we can see that. Just go to the system, change the selection, ledger. You can see the ledger. Now go to the reference value. You can also filter out 6300 just to cross check. Oh, nothing is coming up. Okay, it's fine. Okay, this is for actual ledgers. Let's just type ledger ID. So this is assets and equity, but how we gonna see that because it is not coming up? So we just need to see view account set. Now then we gonna see what is the reference ID. Okay, corporate. Let me show you how we can fetch that. So we need to put the identifier. Now I'm going to put identifier filter 6300 just to validate whether it is not there or not. So this is an identifier. This is the reference ID of office and administrative. It is kind of copy. You can also see if you want to drill down, just this is the object. Go to the integration ID. You can see for office and administration, this is the reference ID. You can see from account set. And I have already done that. Now account set. What should be the account set reference ID? This is my account set name. Now you can see into the blue. You just click. This is the account set. I need to fetch the reference ID of the account set, not the name. So because Workday supports a name and code as well, so that's why the account set is corporate. I'm just click on paste. This is how it is. Now we can just leave it on the column J and on the column K. Let me just highlight what all the mandatory fields and debit side and on credit side. So debit, I'm gonna put like 129.50. Similarly, I'm gonna put like on the credit side, what should be like 2000. This is a kind of liability. And account set would be the same, but on the credit side, I need to put, otherwise system will throw the error. That way we are going to finish these things. Other things don't need to mention as of now. I'm just gonna save it. Other things will also come into the picture like Workday. So I'll show you how we can do that. As of now, what we have already, saved this thing. Mm, save as browse. I'm just gonna put that into import accounting journal test. Just save that because we need to attach this field as well. Now we have already created an EIB. How we can launch that? So launch EIB, launch integration. So we just need to mention the integration as well. Integration, you just need to, remember the name we had given. So import accounting. We can use this name. Just click OK. If you want to mention the organization like your GMS USA, you can do that. Otherwise, it will fetch from your sheet. You can see if you come to the next screen, this is scheduling and integration. Now we have kept this attachment. Now this is integration specify value. So we are going to specify the value from the last one day. You can see that, but let's create an integration attachment. You can also put the comment if you want to. Let's just see. We have already saved this into the desktop. Open. You can just try if you want to put some comment like, demo, import, journal, art training. Click OK. Now, this is the most important thing. Import journal accounting. I would already, if something is fishy, something I did wrong, please show me the errors. Now, at the first instance, please validate only because there might be a chance I put a wrong reference ID. If I, do not populate any required field, then you just need to validate only at the first instance and then you can go ahead. Just click on refresh. And if you, I have all pasted one line, but if you paste like, 10 lines, 1000 line. So based on the size of the file, it will take the background, processing time. Now you could see errors is coming up. Why? Let's show you. So it is showing there is some error while creating the template. Oh, okay. So this is completed, but with the error, that's why it is not importing. Now, how we gonna fix that? Let me brought down the errors. See, a processing fault occurring while generating the spreadsheet. So we have and the worksheet general line replacement. That is the second thing, but should have 47 column. Choose the template, generate default, and create a new spreadsheet template and repopulate the input data. So we have more columns. That's why we need to, avoid that. Now let's see. There might be a chance that, if something is appearing, then no issues. What you can do is you can just go to the integration system. You can see already created for import accounting journal. See, so many things are coming up. Let's just try to import journal T1. Click OK. I'm taking another. The version is British, so you can pick anything. If generally it is recommended if it is already created in web service, so we are going to use that. But for demo purpose, I've created that. So, but we have lots of there. So let's just pick import accounting T1, and then we are going to create a spreadsheet and then repopulate our data. Click OK. But we are going to do something different as well here. I'll show you. I just, cut from here and then put it on the desktop. Paste. I'm gonna click open that. Enable editing. I just want to make sure something is, yes, it is coming up. Okay. So just, copy and then paste. Save. Similarly with this, copy, and then we are going to paste it to the another sheet. Let's just cross check. Okay, line is coming up. Corporate is coming up. Debit and credit amount is coming up. Few other things that we need to keep in mind. I'll show you. But as of now, I'm just going to show you how we can upload that. But if you just can notice, in the background, I have made, location and cost center as edit. Now I need to put the cost center reference ID. And so as of now, I'm putting 71,000 and location, I'm putting some Chicago site. Now, how it is different from the last, template, I'll show you. As of now, just saving this file. Now, what is how we can know, okay, this is the correct reference ID of cost center. This is the correct reference ID of. So we just need to quickly go to the system and then view ref ID. Cost center. Okay. View reference ID. Cost center. You need to type the business subject name and just go to the reference value and just cross checking whether this is correct or not. Okay. This is cost center of sales and operation, and the code is reference ID 71,000. That is fine. I'm going to change the selection. I'm going to check for location. Now for location, just click OK. Chicago site. This is a reference ID for location of Chicago. Pasting it. Now saving it. Going to the system and then just try to go to the launch integration schedule. Let's see. Let's just try to take another template, import January T1, because there was some error, and then we'll do the attachment. This one. Click on OK. First of all, errors and warning, I need that. And then first of all, you need to validate the file. Just click OK and wait for a while. See, it is completed. Now, because this was under the validation mode, no journal entry was created. What I'm going to do is, again, I need to launch integration. This is the wrong task. Okay. Launch integration or schedule integration. I'm going to take my import channel. Click OK. Now into the attachment, you just need to go to the value and create an integration attachment. You need to select your file, this file. Click on open, click on OK. So first of all, you need to create an EIB and then you need to populate these mandatory things. I have already highlighted, but once you see the recording, you will get to know. Now I want warning, but I don't want to validate. Just click OK because I have already validated. Click on refresh. Just return OK. Number of errors. 2 errors are coming up. Why? Okay. Spend category is required for. Now, let's just do one thing as of now. Maintain custom validation. Although you need to mention that, but just to, make it successful. See, spend categories. So, maintain custom validation. The error was spend categories required with the expense account. As of now, just to make it succeed, I'm just, removing that. I'll put it back. And again, I'll go to the same thing. I'll go to the integration event and relaunch. Either I can go ahead and launch and do that, or I can do the same from here. Attachment, it would be the same. I don't need to, make any changes. Just click on refresh. Now you can see it is processing and it is completed. How are we gonna check that? First of all, I just need to uh, what was that? Uh, Expense item, spend category. I'm just putting back my custom validation because it is done. It was stopping me. Now let's just check for find journal. Our company was GMS USA. Year was 26. Period was Jan. Let's just click OK. So now, once you see that, this is our journal because it is posted. So earlier one, because of the error, it is under the creator state. Never mind. We can also, correct that, but this is our journal. We use this reference ID. Similarly, you can do, importation of so many items. Now, one thing is there. I'll explain you in a bit as well. We have used location and the cost center, how it came suddenly. So if I go to the import journal or any template, let me show you. Edit template. So as of now, you also need to create the PIB, but just edit PIB template. Let's just check for what was that? Import journal. Let's take our earlier one, or maybe chalo, this one. Click on OK. You can go to the action quickly. You can go to the template model and edit that, or maybe view. Once you click on view, you can see something is coming up like this. Once you go to the journal entry line replacement, click on all, just scroll down. You can see everything is coming up, and also a brief commentary is coming up. I'll take you through this as well, but let me show you how it came. Other things. Click on, you can see the work tags. So we have already explained work tags, but it is optional. Once you go to the work tag, we can maintain additional column. You can see cost center is coming up. That's why we need to put the cost center. If you want to make like region, you just need to, and but if it pertains to the region, what we need, region reference ID. Similarly, if you want make, like for the spend category, we can see it is already coming up. So spend category, now spend category reference ID. So that way you can, make your custom built EIB. Just click OK. You can see for this template, once you create that, we need certain type of, although it is optional, but we can also populate that. Once you go to the all lines, you can see, scroll down, a bit. See under the work tag, spend category region, you can make it as mandatory as well. So as of now, just try to add, cost center and the location. Try to fetch cost center and location from your reference ID. Try to put the reference ID and try out this template with the one journal entry. Now I have already highlighted that. You just need to, keep in mind. can rewind the recording, GMS USA. Only these things we need to populate. And on the line level, we just need to populate header and then the identifier account side, debit and credit amount. And later on, because we have made cost center and location, so you can also populate these reference ID for each line. Now you're gonna create a second journal entry. It would be like 2, 2, and line would be 1 and 2. Oh, sorry, like this 1 and 2, debit side and credit side. And suppose I'm gonna put like 1200 and to 110. Although we need to check cross check. And then on the debit side, I'm gonna put this amount, and on the credit side, I'm gonna put same amount. 1, 2, 3, 3, 4. Similarly for this one, I just need to mention the location. So suppose I'm putting one cost center like although we are going to check that cross check and some NYC, New York. That way you just need to just cross verify and then you can populate a number of times. Just try with the one entry, and on the second time, if nothing is resolved, try to resolving the error in second entry. Okay, I have just highlighted. So as of now, this is the thing, and we have few topics we need to cover in this same module, but we are taking a short, quick break. So just practice for the one line and the second line. We are going to take a short break, and then we'll come again, and I'll show you some more fields, and I'll also explain you how we can see a description of each field and how we can make a custom this template, because we can see so many fields are there. If it is not required, we can also hide that, but be mindful. Okay,
We have covered, a few things, how we can broadly, how we can import the data. I think if you have not done, just, try to create a template by creating template, and then how we can make an edit, how we can basically add, few more work tags that is required. So basically, how we can add spend category, how we can add location, how we can add cost center as well. So that's the flexibility that Workday gives us. So we have already seen that. Let's jump quick into, so agenda was to cover how to, configure control account set, journal and reversals. So we have already seen that. Now we were focusing on how we can create an EIB, and how to create after post creation, how we can try to fill all the necessary details and then try to validate first. Post validation, how we can upload the data, and also we can verify within our workday space. So that we have seen so far, but I'll quickly continue upon the suspense accounting, and then I'll quickly come again to the AIB options, how we can do more things about with the AIB options. And this AIB options will be, it will be pervasively applicable for all other EIBs. Like, you want to say, suppose you are working as an assets accountant and you want to make some additions to the import assets assets, EIB, you can do the same. So I'll come to that, but before that, let's just quickly see how we can deal with the suspense accounting. So as I have already shown you during the first half, that we can add a suspense account as well by going to the account set. We can add an identifier, and then we can give the name as well. But if I want to use it more, how we can add, suspense accounting, so that whenever I would need, and so that I can use that. But what is the case scenario, how we can do that? Let's just do go ahead with suspense accounting. So from the initial start, we know that the suspense account is broadly used if something is unbalanced. Say suppose you have some operation transactions, and for which spend category is not mapped to any other GLs. So, but you have mentioned the spend categories. So, which means an accounting will be generated. But since the spend category is all not linked to any GL, then an accounting will be created without a GL, and then it will go to the errors. So this kind of sort of information we can deal with the suspense accounting as of now. What we'll do is we'll fix those operational errors by putting the suspense account GL code there. And then later on, once we come to the month end close or to the quarter or year close, we generally what we are doing, we are finding out okay why the variances are coming up, or maybe not not will wait until the close activities. If whenever we figure out okay this spend categories are missing some account posting rule set or some lacking into the mapping, whenever we would be able to find out, we would be just redoing the mapping, and then it will be a fix. Now suspense account we can simply create, if you go to the edit account set. So account set is the container of all the GLs. Let's just put corporate, and by putting the corporate, you can see so many accounts are coming up there. We can, if we want, we can check for suspense whether it is already created or not. We just go to the filter and then we'll see, yeah, suspense is created under the assets. I think we only created that. So that way, whenever any GL was missing or any GL will be missing, so we're gonna put that. Or maybe any journal entries are unbalanced or any required work tag is missing, so we can fix that. Now that is one part. Another part is we need to create a journal source which pertains to the suspense accounting. So we know that whenever we need to maintain something, we just need to type maintain journal source. So we just need to click one item. I'm just giving one name for a journal source that is something related to the suspense. So I'm just putting like GMS underscore suspense spreadsheet load whatever underscore whatever. I can provide this journal source. Now, this would be act as an accounting journal source. We can check that because it should be there. We can also use for the ad hoc transaction. If you want to use, then you can click on that. Now, this is very important. Enable suspense processing for web services. We know that we are going to use a web service that is import journal to import bulk of data. Now, there might be a chance, we might incur a minor mistake. We might miss something into the debit side on the credit side, so that it should pick up. Now we have some other options as well. What should be the threshold of the suspense? So let me just give you one example. If I just put 10, what does it mean? If I just simply try to put 10, it means that if I have 10 number of accounting journal entries which has unbalanced, which has missing ledgers, which has something, something is missing on the debit side or maybe on the credit side. Now if I just put 10, it means that 10% of the number will be corrected through this journal source, which means if I allow 10%, I can use, you know, uh, so suppose journal entry has, 10 lines. So, you know, and it has some missing. So we can fix, one journal entries. If I just pick like 50%, so what it will do, which means 50% allowed as a percentage of suspense. So say suppose our journal entry has 5 lines, and we have put like 50%, which means two are missing. So if two are missing, then Workday will process. Why? Because 5 as a percentage of 100, and then we have already put 50, which means it is under the threshold of 50. And 2 is, so 2 divided by 5 is the, percentage, as a percentage is 40%. So that is correctable by using the suspense account, which means if we have, 5 journal lines which has missing things, we can fix 2 by using the suspense account. Similarly, we can fix 2, but we need to deal with the 3. So we are not going to correct that. So if I gonna put like 100, which means I can correct everything, but generally we are putting 50% so that at least, missing lines we can cover up, half of the threshold. At least half of the line would be, corrected. So that way we are going to use the, suspense account. And similarly, if you want, you can add this thing. Let me show you suspense. Okay. Suspense. So that way, because so many people have added so many things. So yeah, 50 percentage. So basically the thing is, the funda is, if 50% we have put, which means threshold will be allowed up to the half of the lines on the journal entries that is incorrect. Okay, by using this journal source. So that way you can correct the fix error. Now, where you can find the, if something is operational or something is like you are creating the journal, supplier invoices, so it should be, as a operation journal. How you can find something is went to the error, so that you can use a suspense account, you can go ahead and correct that. You can just try to type find, or maybe, fix operational journal with errors. You can say this report or maybe task. Once you try to access this task, like your company is GMS USA, click on OK. So basically, these are the activities that generally somebody needs to perform at the, month end or something like that. See, journal, it is not balanced. Similarly, we have so many errors. You can just 78, because so you can just see and you can try to fix that. So that's how, a suspense account may play a vital role while, doing these things. Now we have to, see a few more things about the EIB, but before that, we are also left with the one topic, that is how we can create an accounting adjustment. So I've already told you that accounting adjustment through an journal entry can be created, like we have a currency exchange gain or loss. So we are going to use the same GL code with a differential amount of, currency exchange, that we can do. But that is, something is we are doing it operationally, or maybe manually. What all other options we have? So suppose your supplier has created an invoice, although you will learn these things into the P2P, and similarly for the customer invoice into the C2C. But suppose you have received an invoice which has, more quantity, or maybe you have requested for 10 units and you have received 10 units, that is fine, but 2 are damaged. What you gonna do as a customer? Because you have received a supplier invoice. So what you want to do is you need to create an adjustment to that supplier invoice. Similarly, if you want to do the same with the customer invoice as well, you can do that. But just for demo purpose, I'll show you how we can create an adjustment for to my supplier invoices. Now we can also see view adjustment regions, and we can also maintain this, view revenue adjustment regions, view cost adjustment regions. We can see, invoice adjustment regions. Let's just see invoice adjustment regions. So there might be additional charge, damaged goods, duplicate invoice, miscellaneous. See, so many people have used that. Other terms, so many things. Now, this is the adjustment region. Although this is flexible, we can maintain the adjustment region. But I'm not, trying to drill down more because that is the complete area of AP and procure to pay course. But let me show you if how we can create an adjustment. So for that, I need to just find a supplier invoice. So hopefully I'll get at least one invoice. Supplier invoice. Just try to click OK. Uh, this is approved. Okay, we need an approved. So let's open that. So once you click on the magnifying glass, the entire supplier invoice will be open. You can see this is approved, payment status is paid, everything is done. Now settlement run. Now let's just try to create it. So once you click on right, related action, you can see you can change, add attachment, add. You if you want, you can add some additional attachment. If you want to copy, then we can do that. We can also do create adjustment, and you can also, if you try to find possible duplicates, you can do that. But let's just go for the adjustment. Now this is the thing, adjustment region. We would get the same thing, like I'm just putting damage of goods. If my goods are damaged, certainly it will decrease my liability towards my supplier. It will decrease my liability towards my supplier. And I'm just gonna click here. If you just need to save and continue. If you click on continue, so broadly we need to mention how many quantities we want to create a adjustment. Let's just click to are damaged. So that way I'm just gonna click OK. If something is come up, we'll see that. So yeah, so that way you can just make we have unassigned task. So we need to, because something is missing into the business process, that is fine. But I just wanted to show you how we can create the adjustment. So I have showed you an adjustment related to which pertains to the supplier invoice. Similarly, we can see same adjustment to the customer invoice as well. So this is how we do the adjustment as well. So I think that way we have covered all the agendas of the class. But I would request you to at least try to populate a template and then try to upload that. And it can be like, for like us, it can be in the first instance, it could be you just need to populate the things, and then you just need to take care of reference ID of everything. Now once, how you can find the reference ID, view ref ID, and you just need to correctly populate the few fields. Now if you are very confused, okay, how we can minimize these fields, that is also an option which is available to us. Let me just show you. But before that, I have also highlighted. You can just take a look, and then you can just make a note of it, so that once you will try to upload, it will be available to you. Auto submit is for the submission. GMS USA is the reference ID of the company, and this is the reference ID of the currency, reference ID of the ledger types, accounting date, and then journal source. That's all you need to populate within the first tab, and you can see so many things. I think most of the things, if you try to try to read a plain English, you would get that. But maybe if you are not getting that, then it should be covered within our slide, and a brief explanation. And on to the second part, just need to mention, if you are trying to populate one journal entry, then header key would be one. So similarly it will go so and so forth, 2233, something like that. Line key 1 and 2. This is identifier. This is also a reference ID of particular GL. Now this is an account set, debit and credit amount, and so many things. And you could also see this is a tab. So once you fill that information, and whatever is required, you need to fill that. Let me just try to tell you what I want to say. So that is fine. See, like alternate ledger currency, if you fill any information into the row ID, other things which is you can see like required into the AD, you need to fill that. If you leave it blank, then it's fine. Similarly, you can see some tabs are starting from AC to AG. So whatever you fill into the row ID, you need to populate some information. Similarly, this is a different tab for text details. Just be mindful for that as well. Now, let me show you, if I know that I just want to import few journals as a bulk upload and I don't want to see so many fields over there, how we can, make an edit and how we can hide that. And then I just try to populate fields. For that, we just need to go to the Workday screen. Let's just try to find your view EIB. So you cannot find that. So how you can see that? View integration system. Because EIB is an integration system. Sorry, just give me a second. I need to take a sip of the water. Now let's try to find our earlier created EIB, that is import journal T1, something like that. Yes, it is coming up there. So this is the same integration system that we have used so far, similar to that. But let me show you how we can, so this is our EIB. If you go to the related action, go to the template model, and you can just click on edit. So in the usage, if you want to change a name, you can do that. You can put something like that. Okay. So this is one option of the edit. Now let me show you the another option. Again, go to the related action, go to the template model, and then we will create view, because I want to view the entire template model within the Workday system. Now, if you just try to notice, scroll down, this is my first tab, this is my second tab. Let's just compare import accounting journal and journal accounting line. And similarly, I can see over there. Now, let's just pick the first one. Into the first one, what we can see is header key is coming up. It is required. Now, this is very, informative. This will give you a brief about all the fields. But as if first time, if you're doing, please do try to read that. If you don't understand, that is fine, but at least try to do that. Now I know that whatever is optional, I can hide that. How we can do that? Let me try with the other options. We can see all the areas are coming over there, and that way what we have added is under the work tag we have added our work tag spend category. And how we can do that, let me show you first. You just need to click on related action of the work tag tab into the column. Then you just need to maintain additional column. Once you do that, you can inform enter spend category ref id. You can do that. I think we have already shown that. Now my purpose is different, but what we can do is edit template model area. Now you can see so many things are coming up as a edit template model area. Let's just try to pull out few information at the last. I know that I do not want to exclude that send report. What I can do is I can just click on hide. Similarly, balancing work tag, I can click on hide. I can click on hide. Okay. And then something is edit reference, I can click on hide. Unit or measure, I can click on hide. Just be mindful for your business area, it should be there. Okay. But that way, what you can do is like alternate ledger account, I can click on hide. And then like I'm gonna confuse, so let's click on line company hide. Just click OK. So it is hide. Once you click on done, and then try to repopulate generate spreadsheet. Then click on submit. Okay, refresh button should come on there. No issues. Let me show you with other areas. Start proxy. Maybe it is not coming up for this one. But never mind. I think I've already shown you. Let me show you again. It should come up. View integration system. We'll do it quickly. And then it was import journal T1. Click OK. Go to the related action. Go to the template model, then view, because we want to view the entire sheet. And click on all. We only have 5 items. Let's just try to create an edit. Hide. Click OK. Now after doing that, you can also see this is under the hide. Create journals with errors. Click on done. Similarly, I want to hide for few fields over there. we can see we have 29 items. Let's just click to edit template model area. Click on OK. Click on done. And then we'll try to create a template model, generate spreadsheet, click on confirm, and there you go. Just click on refresh and an empty template can be created. You can go to the you can, if you want, for your curiosity, you can see these are some technical details: process history, output file, what all message, child processes, what all other child processes that are running behind the scene. Let me just open this. Okay, this is the same name, that's why it can't open. No shoes. We'll just change the name. V 2.0. I'm putting the name. So our V 2.0, this is a new template that we have created just now. Now let's just compare with our earlier template. So you could see one thing here. Let me open the other Excel as well. Header key, add only, autocomplete. And then the comment option are coming up. But in our earlier template, this is missing. Let me show you. What we can see is only 5. So what we have hide is okay. Create journal with errors. 1 second. So create journal with errors. You could not see into the new field. Similarly, I think we were able to hide few columns over there. Let us go to the second line, and then you could see external business entity or something like that. It will not come up. Or we can just simply compare. We have few columns until AQ. Now in our earlier version, it is until AX. So we must have hide something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 within our new. So because that is not necessary, but as of now, because you are a new learner, so I would request you to keep it as it is so that you would get to know how we can play with lots of the columns. So that should be fine. So that way, we have covered so far how we can import journal, how we can create the GL, how we can create GL summary. Although I have touched upon a few areas very brief, because that was that we need to cover so far. If you try to deep dig down within each area, you can do that and you can play around that. but the main agenda was how we can import the journal, with how we can create the template within the Workday system, and similarly how we can surely get suspense account done, how we can, what is the true meaning of business processes. So entirely we have lots of business processes, and what is the core meaning of having account posting rule set. Basically we have so many journal that is created out of operations, creating supplier invoice, registering the assets. So we, what we are doing generally, we are not mentioning any GL over there. We are mentioning, like for supplier invoices, we are mentioning spend category. Similarly, for if we are creating for the expenses, we are just mentioning expense item. Now, if I'm telling you spend category expense item, you can just try to learn about these terminologies as well. So spend category, if you know that, it should be related to some expenses. Yes. So spend categories pertains to the procurement area, supplier area, or any other area, which meant for the expending, which means we need to do the expenditure. Revenue category, which must be belong to the customer side. So revenue category, spend category, expense item, these are the engines that is linked to a such particular GL. So see, if you want to create an accounting transaction or financial transaction where you can see a GL, a GL column, you surely gonna do that. You just need to put the GL and then you can see the accounting. But suppose you cannot find any, GL over there, like you're creating supplier invoice, you could only see spend category. You just need to make sure, okay, spend category I will mention. You just need to make sure that whatever spend category I'm mentioning over there must be linked to a certain account posting rule set or some GL. Where, how you can verify, you just need to search for the view account posting rule set, and you can lots of options there. Just try to play around that, then you would get to know, okay, the spend category that I'm mentioning over there on the supplier invoice, or maybe while purchasing the assets, is surely linked to a particular GL. Then once you click, try to put the spend category, and you try to complete the transaction by the engine of the account posting rule set, it will hit, it will hit it will hit some accounting, and then once you can see that, you can also see accounting as well. So let me show you one, because since I have mentioned so many times, view accounting journal, let me show you how it looks like. So I'll show you one operation journal, like view account, view supplier invoice, or find supplier invoice. So this is a pure operation transaction. We are not going to create any journal out of it. Now let's pick one. I'm clicking on the magnifying glass. You'll see unpaid, that is fine. Once you click on the supplier invoice related action, what you can see, the accounting part, just click on view accounting, and then you would be able to see, okay, we have some GL over there, we have some GL over there. How it is triggered? It might be because of spend category we have mentioned, or it might be because of the purchase item we have mentioned. So there might be a chance, and this is spend category LLC. There might be, that is 100% sure. This spend category LLC laptop must be tagged to 101280 advances GL under the APR. Similarly, if you try to create, register an asset, you just need to mention the spend category, then it should be done. The accounting part should be done. Similarly, if you try to create a supplier contract of lease, then that part shall be covered under the under the APR of the leases. I'll show you when we come to the lease class as well. Similarly, for the registering the asset, you just need to mention the spend category, and you would see by mentioning the spend category, some accounting would be generated because that same spend category is mapped to some GL. Okay, so this is how it works. How, and you can also see operation journal details because this is operation transaction. So by that means you just need to populate few things, create EIB, and then you need to populate few things which is mandatory, and then once you just try to play around within the system, So basically, this is learning by doing. The more you do, the more you learn. So just as a brief, we have covered so far custom validation. I hope you did some practice. How we can, what is the difference between primary work tag and related work tag? How we can enable that? How we can maintain the journal sequencing? How we can maintain the journal source? And ultimately, how we can either manually create the journal, or if operation due to some operation transaction any journal is created, how we can see that. I just have shown you how we can put a control over my some of the control accounts into the system, how we can create the condition within the BP, and how also we can create suspense account, how we can use that, how we can use some adjustment to my existing operation transactions. So that we have covered so far. That is most probably it should be intercompany. So you must be knowing that one different child within the same parent is doing some transaction, whether selling the goods, purchasing the goods, transferring of the asset, or some sort of these things. How we can set up within the workday, and also how we can play around that, how we can set up the, how we can enable the intercompany, something sort of like that. And then post that, we are going to learn about the book codes, and later on allocations, closing activity, and then leases, and some other things will come.